Hello. Hello. Happy, what day is it? It's Saturday. Happy Saturday, everybody. How's it going? Well, Tomo's a chirping. Let's give him millet bribe. Let's give him millet bribe. But he's gonna have to work for it still. Yes, I know. I know you want it. How's it going, everybody? You're still gonna have to forage for it. Little bird. Ugh. I've been trying to think of how to get Tomo to stop doing this chirping while I stream, chirping a lot while I stream thing. You gotta forage, little bird. They're in there, I promise. I'm thinking it might be like an issue with his sleep schedule. I'm gonna be honest, I've been stressed about it. Bad news, I'm sick, oh no! Oh, I won the Battle Royale though. All is well. All is well. Yeah, we just gotta give little birdie some millets to forage for. That's all. Okay, let's see. Let's catch up to see everybody who's here. Omelet came in and grabbed the first name, and then Gordon comes in and says, I'm first! I guess we can say you sent the first chat message, right, Gordon? Thank you guys for being here. Hello, Roy. Hello, Gordon. Neptune's here. Wow, Neptune's really first. Oso Midriff followed. I don't know who Oso is, but it seems like you enjoy their midriff. Snail is here. I think Unova doesn't hate me. I opened a Korean Black Bolt booster box. No duplicate illustration rares. And a Master Ball Cryogonal. I got 3 Meloetta EX, 2 double rares, 1 special art rare. Insane, because I already have one. Wow. That's really exciting. If I was gonna open more Pokemon, then I would probably try to open like Japanese or Korean or Chinese packs because they're a lot cheaper and the art kind of looks better anyway. Brimstone! Hey, thank you for following! Or thank you for subscribing! We are the Brimlings, feed us. There's no Brimlings till you start streaming, bud. When are you gonna start streaming, Stinky? Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yippee! I just wanna recalibrate real quick. There we go. It was picking up my, like, slouching, I guess. But welcome in. I'm gonna call you 2659 because, I don't like your name. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oi Takeo's here. Welcome in, Oi Takeo. Welcome in. I'm glad you like, Gen 5. I like Gen 5 too. Chara's here. Hello, Cheese Lord. Hello, Lord of Cheese. The Battle Royale started. Thank you, Oi Tokyo, for starting that. Siosaur is here. Hi, C. Welcome in. Jawazaki's here. We'll get a little cheek puff for you, friend. I won the Battle Royale. Neptune is sick. On the other hand, I've been working on the thing for an eventual Pokemon playthrough and actually got a shiny score bunny. Whoa! Like, did you get a... like, from Sword and Shield? Is that where you got it? Because that's crazy. Or did you get it from, like, the Scarlet and Violet DLC? I might not be here long because I'm hanging out with my IRL friend and I'm about to eat. Oh, I hope you have a nice lunch. I hope you have a tasty lunch with your friend. I've swapped in my witch hat for a straw hat. I'm on a beach now. Ooh, like a real beach in real life? That's exciting. I have Cheeseling IRL and like 8 Cheeselings from Twitch. That's me! I'd say wild statement if I didn't see the name. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hi, Tofu. Hi. 3rd gen is best gen? I'm pretty partial to Gen 4. Gen 4 is where I'm partial to. I was breeding Score Bunnies and Sword, trying to get one with perfect IVs. Oh, and you accidentally got a shiny. That's really exciting, Neptune. Congratulations! If you want to, you can send a picture of it in the Discord server to brag about it. Brag about your bunny. Lurking while doing my own stream, nothing too exciting, just chilling on Minecraft. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Hey, let me Tofu, go follow Tofu. He's adorable. Okay? He's stinking adorable. And I gotta make it to his stream more often too. Absolutely. But today we've got more Pokemon White Bunnies Only run. Let me reiterate the rules for those who don't know. After every badge, which we have 7 now, wow. After every badge, we get to... let me back up a little bit. Before we started, I'll get those in just a moment. I hacked in, we determined a list of Pokemon that count as bunnies, that we can consider bunnies. And I hacked in each of those Pokemon, trying to make them as legit as possible, for, you know, being available at the, you know, in your box at the very beginning of the game. But I tried to make them as legit as possible. And every time we got a gym badge, we would get bunny. We would spin a wheel to see which bunny we got. And we've got an interesting team so far, I think. Get the game music going. Got an interesting team. Let's have our hydrate and stretch. Hey, Empress Old TV, thank you for following. Nice to meet you. What are you doing? Where you at?
Where you at?
Feel free to introduce yourself, anybody who's new here. Yeah, we just beat, Bryson here. Let's do that. We have Sir Kit. We have Cider. Our Victini Cider. I Love Bunny Pepper. Hello! Buzzbot, you always do this to new people. We have our Wigglytuff called Knuddeluff, which is the German name for Wigglytuff. We have Freebie, our Audino. I just remembered the Audino drawing I did a little while ago. And we have Princess. Oh no, we're gonna set a Rickroll on the welcome board. If I must. I like my Christmas crackers joke though. I eated so many Christmas crackers. Paste. Hi Saito, ready to use this team? Maybe it's not a great team, but it's a fun team. So yeah, that's our team right now. Honestly, it was really... Bryson fight was really easy. So, go us. Go us, huh? We get to go down this funny silly slide. Thank you, Joe. Geez, I've been talking with Bianca, and I'm wondering, since we left New Fama Town, has something about me changed? Oh yeah. Thinking about what I want to do, thinking about what I should do, it felt like there was nothing. Have I really become stronger? Or is it just my Pokemon that have? I don't know anymore. Hey, cheer up, Sharon. Isn't it nice to see everyone? Jeez, you know what? This time, I'll go to the Pokemon fan club. I'm really searching for what I want to do and what I can do. Who are you? Who, us? I'm Bianca, and this is Sharon. I know you're there. Why don't you show yourselves, huh? Oh, the Shadow Triad. I have like a reverse hollow Shadow Triad Pokemon card from my childhood, and I was always like, oh, this one's really cool. This one's really neat. The reverse hollows in Gen 5 are really cool. Especially like the really striking mirror hollows. I feel like the tracking thinks I'm blinking all the time. There we go. Yeah, much better, much better. Impressive, gym leader of Isir's city. We, the Shadow Triad, are beings of the shadows and not easily noticed. Our mission was to speak only with cheese, but so be it. Getsus has a message for you. Come to Dragon Spiral Tower. I was gonna do that anyway. It is there that our Lord N waits for you. I figure he could find me anyway, no matter what. Now our mission is complete. Dragon Spiral Tower? What's going on? Hey, tell me. Now, hang on. Hold on here a second. Young man, if you're here for a gym challenge, hang on for a bit. I've got to head to Dragon Spiral Tower. I'm going too. Dragon Spiral Tower is to the north of here, right? And just Bianca left. I like Bianca, she's so silly. Whoa, whoa, what should I do? For now, I have to go to Dragon Spiral Tower. Okay, I'm heading north. Yay, let's head north. Let's hit the Pokemon Center first. What? So how are you guys doing? How's your weekend going? I hope everybody's had a nice Christmas season. I hope it's been a nice Christmas time for you all. Thank you for waiting. Of course, of course, of course. I had a nice Christmas. I technically get 2 Christmases. One with my fiance's family and one with my family. And we've had the Christmas with my fiance's family already. Well, we've had Christmas with my fiance's family already, and it was nice. It was really nice. You know, I got together, we exchanged gifts. We had dinner. It was really sweet. Here, Pokemon is how you make your champion, you know, do something. Oh, how you make your champion do something when an enemy team does bad stuff in your city? Huh. Hey, cheese! Oh, cheese! And you must be Bianca. I'm the other Professor Juniper. The Professor Juniper who gave you the Pokédex is my daughter. We've had this introduction before. Nice to meet you, Professor. Thanks to Professor Juniper, I got to go on a journey and start figuring out possibilities for my life. I'm very, very grateful to her. Is that right? Grand, grand. Actually, we should chat later. Geez, Bianca, here's the situation. Some members of Team Plasma, quite a large group, broke through the tower wall and went inside. Bryson and that young man, I believe his name is Charon. The 2 of them went after Team Plasma. Professor, what's the Dragon Spiral Tower? Ha! I guess you would be curious. Well, I'll explain briefly. Dragon Spiral Tower has stood tall since long before Unova was founded. On the top floor, the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon waits for a person seeking truth to appear. That's what is said. Are you going to go after Team Plasma like your friend did? It's admirable of you to join the fight against Team Plasma, but it's risky too. Don't worry, Cheese and Charon are both really, really strong, and they've beaten Team Plasma before. But I'm not all that strong, actually. I admit it. I'm not very strong, so I was thinking it would be nice if maybe I could stay here and be your bodyguard. Why, thank you. That makes me feel much safer. I feel like I would be concerned. Excuse me, by the way. I feel like I would be concerned if someone was like, "Hey, I'm not very strong. Can I be your bodyguard?" Like, wait. That doesn't... Are you going to be a good and reliable bodyguard? Oh, thank you, Neptune. Thank you. Well, Cheese, it's up to you. Climb the tower. This is all I can give you, but it might help you rest. There's a Kiko song about climbing a tower. Kind of. An old gâteau. Oh my goodness. It's Gen 4. Say no item found. Still, what could Team Plasma be after? Hello. Earlier, the gym leader went up the tower. If you're lucky, you might witness a legend. You're not gonna fight me or something? I learned something about old gâteau a while ago. It's supposed to be like... Ooh. It's supposed to be like a particular Japanese confection. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but you know, there's like the you look up gâteau and it's like, that doesn't look like the old gâteau. It's because the old gâteau isn't supposed to be an actual gâteau. It's supposed to be a different thing. Let's just run. Ooh. Something's happening. Is something going wild at the top of the tower? Jeez! You can walk on the falling columns too. I'm going after Team Plasma. Ooh. It's nice that they tell us. And let us practice. Some games introduce a mechanic and then don't let you practice, so it's like... How do I do this? Yokon, yeah! I've always wanted to try it. And sink my teeth into that purple block. Oh, it's Golett. I like Golett, but it's not a bunny, so we can't catch it. Gimme. Hyper potion. Is there any... Are there any items that we want to look out for here? Let's see. Items. Nugget. I mean, they're good items, but we don't need any of them, so I'm just gonna go through as normal. Last night I watched Sonic 3, and this line from Robotnik at the end was fire. If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it for the one and only person who cared about me. So I suppose there's only one thing left to say. It was a real drag. Thanks for nothing. Yeah, Sonic 3 was great. I really enjoyed it. How's the audio? Is it loud enough? I know I turned it down a little bit because for some reason the audio is being captured by... the audio... Yeah, long story short, I turned it down. Nothing else here. Ah, strength. Need strength. Wait! We just beat a gym leader. That means we gotta get out of here and roll for a new Pokemon. Oh. It's always weak to this kind of thing when the enemy faces someone who makes you question his choice and make him sacrifice himself to save the world. Yeah, absolutely. Robotnik was really great in Robotnik was really great in all of the Sonic movies, but he was fantastic in the third one. A stream at illegal hours? There's nothing illegal about these hours. What do you mean? This is a normal time for me to be streaming. I did reschedule from yesterday, but you know. Yeah, we gotta get Bunny. Oh, I've been suffering hiccups for 7 hours, so I'll be a little bit absent. That's alright, Shrimp. I hope you feel better soon. Hiccups suck. Like, hiccups suck in the way that they're not, like, super offensive, but they're not painful or anything. They're not a sign of illness. They're just really annoying. Mysterious, annoying, hard to kick. Also what? Oh! Oh, 20 gift subs! Oh my goodness, Mo, you're too kind! Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much, because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! To everybody who's just received a gift sub from Moat Shrimp. I hope you enjoy ad-free viewing and using all the emotes and all that. That goes to Bun Dango, Lady Ace, Chara, Ayuyu, Siosaur, Jack, Valkyrie, Cancel Snail, Jawazaki, Cheetah Man, Mysterious Celeste, Empress Hold TV, who just followed today, Lilith Eve, It's Kero, Oh No Tom Sutton, well, Gordon, Mosslet, Alex the Dumb Number 1, Roses and Teddy Bears, and Senti! Wow, so many friends, so many wonderful names. Oh my god, and that immediately put us at a level 5 hype train as well. Wow! That's so sweet, so much delightful support. If anybody wants to get in on the hype train, get you a Twitch hype emote, then it takes only 100 bits or 1 sub. Yippee! So exciting! You're so cool. I'm gonna find the oh. What was that? 100 bits from Ethereal! Yippee! Thank you, Ethereal! Where is that? Healthy Living Shrimp. There we go. We've put a delightful Healthy Living Shrimp in the bottom corner again. I need to stop subscribing. Yeah, you did it like 10 times or 20 times in a row just then. Okay. I don't remember whether we spun the wheel last time. Spin wheel. Let's see. We got this right here. We already have. Oh! Wow! Thank you for following, Moat Shrimp. Nice to meet you. We already have Nidoran F. We've got Azumarill and Nidoran M. Which one do we get? Please be Azumarill. 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 Please. Yay! The clapping noise. Okay, well, Azumarill gets to be our last one, I guess. That has to be fine with me. Hey, look, it's Archer's stream. You did ask for it? I asked for it to be Azumarill! Miss, yeah, exactly, Ethereal. Okay. So this just means we get to have Nidoran. Well, that's not what I meant to do. No. We go move Pokemon. So Nidoran, oops. Nidoran Mail is now theoretically available. Right. Nidoran Mail is now theoretically available, and he might just be a little more usable than Neater and Female. Because he has Poison Point. Poison Point is good. Poison Point is very good. Much better than, what is it that, Princess has? I think it's just Rivalry. Yeah. So we might just, you know, she's sitting there being like, carrots, please. Carrots, please. Well, the hype train's over. She's sitting there being like, carrots, please. But I don't think she gives carrots. Oh, an actual queen. Sweet. Oh, late save. Oh, hydrate, thank you. Oh, hi. Hi, Tyler. I think we're gonna be swiping this Eviolite from Princess. Acquiring our prince and giving him the same moveset. The same moveset, except he has a better, What? You didn't get an emote mode? Oh. How's it going, Tyler? I'm so excited that we've got all the, Yuna and Cake now. I want to watch it. I want to finish it. I watched up to episode 7. I'm excited to finish it. But yeah, let's yoink this, let's yoink this Eviolite from this bunny. Let's give it to this little guy. The finale is good. That's exciting. That's really exciting. Did I give it? Yes, he has it. Okay, we get Poison Point. And the only one we don't own is the one I've wanted from the beginning. Oh, it's okay. We'll get it after the last gym battle. It's alright. I'm always getting the hype train conductor, a badge of shame telling people about your bad investments. Do you have all the emotes? Do you have all the hype emotes? Because you should be getting hype emotes, right? Yay! New sub for CSR. Hi Venus, welcome in. It's nice to see you, CSR. It's nice to see you, CSR, and we get an emote for moat. Are we doing a win? Hi Tantalus. I'm doing alright. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy and a little stressed, but otherwise doing alright. I'm good, I'm good. Everybody has a different reason for their trips. What? She's giving me a gift? Break. Oh, shrimp. I've got my glasses on now too. That'll help, that'll help. We're doing a win. The last gym badge was really easy. Oh, this old lady used to be a battle girl. Ugh. Yeah, it is a good fighting move. There we go. Me not looking forward to work tomorrow? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's level up our little... Yeah, level up our little... whatchamacallit. A prince. Our prince. Just came to check in before bed? Wow. Is it late for you, Venus? I keep forgetting what kind of time zone you're in. But, how are you doing? I'm the shrimp in the background, cheering people on without any need for a return. You're an incredible individual whom a random stranger likes. So take that to heart and know that what you do is appreciated. Ah, oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet, Moat. Well, you're an incredible individual whom, like, you're an incredible individual who likes to support people, which is amazing. You have investment in people's well-being and success. Okay, I'll cool it. We'll let the... Oh, poison sting? Sure. We'll let the little healthy living shrimp in the bottom left corner, stand for itself. Almost 10 p.m. UK time? I feel like I've seen you up a lot later than this, Venus. Bim bam boom. Bim bam boom. What? No, you can't evolve, little buddy. Oh, we're gonna have to swap out the Eviolite for an Everstone while we're evolving it. Or while we're leveling it up. Where are ya? There you are. I have a sleeping disorder. Oh, real. Real. Hi, damsel! Wow, a 15 stream streak! I kept falling asleep and I finally just woke up. It's almost 2 p.m. Oof! Well, did you have anything to do today? Yeah, there is an actual shrimp in the corner. I turned that on after you gave the big gifts. Depending on that, I sleep whenever. Hey, let's go! Oh yeah. Yeah, you're good, Venus. It's interesting to learn these things about you. Fury attack! We can't let Nidoran evolve. We can't let Nidoran evolve because, Nidorino is not a bunny. Not a bunny. Oh, you were gonna hang out with friends! Oh no! You've accidentally flaked. I'm gonna level it up to 40. I'm gonna take it up to 40. Let me see. Oh, horn attack. We're probably not gonna keep half of these. 65. That's pretty good.
Christmas.
Happy Christmas. It's still Christmas in my heart. As long as the calendar still says December, it's still Christmas in my heart. Let's have a stretch. Good stretch, good stretch. Oh my god, guys, I have a psychiatrist appointment on Tuesday. I'm gonna get back on ADHD meds. Oh my god, it's gonna be so nice. I'm gonna be able to, like, actually think again. I'll actually be able to think. Yeah, it's still Christmas until New Year's. It sure is. It might be Christmas a little longer. Helping hand. Happy Christmas. No, I don't want it. Yes. Let's go, medication! Yeah! Damsel heart. Sitting in front of a damsel hearth. Are you sure ADHD meds that I tried that actually worked for me? Ugh, yeah, I have to be on non-stimulant meds. Because the stimulant meds are really bad for my mood regulation. It's really bad. It's really bad. I won't go into details, but long story short, I punched a guy once. Me, I punched a guy. If you would believe it. The meds I took were just meds that are like, they can help with ADHD and OCD and such. Oh. I'm getting, I was on it for a little while, and I wasn't sure at the time if it was working, but it was Strattera. And once I was not on it anymore, I realized that it indeed was working. I strongly believe you'd punch someone. No. It was literally just that one time. And it was because I was really upset at someone about something, and he kind of had it coming anyway, but I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't on those stimulant meds. I zoned out and all I heard was meds. Yup, we're talking about meds. I have a... So, like, I was on the meds, but then my insurance changed when my human form turned 26, so I couldn't take them anymore. My insurance changed, so I couldn't get new subscriptions, and what I had ran out. So it was a complicated process of figuring out what my insurance is. I had to prioritize getting therapy before anything else because I couldn't think straight. And then my therapist told me to get set up with a psychiatrist appointment. So come January, I'm gonna be thinking better. I need meds. Yeah, I hope you can get some. I haven't been officially diagnosed with ADHD. It's not like on my papers or anything. See a psychiatrist. Be like, hey, I think I have ADHD. What do you think? And then they'll be like, can you fill out this form? And they're like, And they go over it and they're like, okay, you can have meds. My primary one was getting into mindfulness. Oh, it was the hardest thing ever, but I ended up having a quiet mind for the first time. 4 to 8 hours of lectures getting into it. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Mindfulness is something that I want to work on too. But I would have to like make a routine out of it. And that can be kind of difficult. Flatter than what? Just to confuse the target. But it raises... Okay, yeah, we don't need this. 34, we're almost there. Poison jab. That sounds good. 15. Oh. 80. Oh yeah, way better. His name shall be Prince. There's a controversial priest named Arius who made Saint Nicholas of Myra so mad that Nicholas punched him in the face. Yes, Saint Nicholas is that Saint Nicholas. Oh. Gave him the ho-ho haymaker. What? 38? 39? One more! 40. Meditation is hard with the mind screaming at you that you're wasting time! But then you end up better after. Wow. I might have to like DM you and ask you for advice sometime. Usually if I meditate, I like go on YouTube and search up guided meditation for like the kind of thing that I'm looking for. That usually goes well. Oh, we have to put the EVO light back on. I have to see what... Excuse me. We have to see what we wanna do for... whatchamacallums. Oh. What was the game that we were just playing? The Grinch game for Game Boy Color had like reversed controls, so they're kind of throwing me off. Wow, Night Venus, thank you so much for stopping in. It was nice to chit chat with you. I thought I would get more like people laughing in chat for Ho-Ho Haymaker. Oh. Let's see. I want to see. Oh, do you learn Rock Slide? Whatever you do, don't let your psychiatrist diagnose you with depression and anxiety, otherwise you'll get screened for autism and ADHD, get told you have both, but get refused to be diagnosed with such because you're already diagnosed with depression and anxiety despite the fact that those are often symptoms of other issues rather than issues on their own. Ugh. Oh, I made you grin? I'm glad, Neptune. No, seriously, like, the amount of depression and anxiety that's come from my ADHD is like, well, yeah. You know? Woof. Can you learn Rock Slide? No. It would be nice. It would be nice. Frost Breath, that'd be funny. Oh, it's always a critical hit. Wow. It sounds like you're talking from personal experience, damsel. Unable. Struggle buggle. I believe Princess had Shadow Claw. And it'll be nice to have a little ghost type stuff on the team. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we can get rid of Peck. Cider has Fly. Yay! Ugh, I like the infinite TMs. That's one thing I really like about Gen 5. Ayoo! Welcome in! Hello, fishy! Acrobatics. How's it going? How's it going, my friend? Focus blessed. Where's Brick Brick? Can't learn Rock Tomb, can I? Nope. Sludge. Ooh, that one's 90. It's special move. I don't know whether Nidoran has, whether our little prince has more. This is 80, this is 90. Unsanitary sludge, specifically. This is some icky stuff. I mean, I could theoretically do both. Just get rid of something. I will say Ho-Ho Haymaker did stop me typing for a minute. I was typing a story time, I mean theoretical issues. Okay. Yeah, I thought you specifically would like that one, damsel. It's going. I kind of feel like doing nothing this evening, so it's great. I could just kick back and watch the fun run. Woohoo! The booty run. Wow. Better go catch it. Yeah, unsanitary sludge as opposed to sanitary sludge. I feel like that's like slime toy for children. Sanitary sludge. Let me check. Get out of here. Let me check our little prince's stats real quick. We got okay, about even attack and special attack, but the attack is a little higher. Shower gel is probably a sanitary sludge. You make a good point. I hate the texture of greasy stuff. Oh, like what? Like what? I don't like having lotion. I don't like lotion on my hands because then I'm like, I need to sit there and make sure it's all rubbed in and incorporated in my skin. Because otherwise I'll like, excuse me, Woo, there was 2 of them. Otherwise I'm not gonna want to touch anything. Like, I don't even want to like touch the lotion bottle again to close it up. Yeah. Now I know that I just need the time to like sit there and rub it into my hands. Make sure it's all absorbed. I can't go like open the door because then I'm gonna get lotion on the doorknob and there's gonna be lotion all over the doorknob and then I'm gonna be like, ooh, I left lotion all over the doorknob. You know what I mean? I just put it on the back of my hands and keep it off of my palms. That's a good strat. That's a good strat. Yeah, I guess that's usually where lotion is needed the most anyway. Okay. Do you guys think we should teach our little prince sludge bomb? Let me see Brick Break. 75 power, that's pretty good. You know, I can't stand hand sanitizer. My hands do not feel clean after using it. Yeah, it leaves like a stickiness. Ends up feeling sticky afterwards. Whoa, Pepper can't learn Brick Break? That's surprising. Cider can learn Brick Break? Incredible. Ooh, I guess Focus Blast does 120. We'll leave it as is. I love hand sanitizer because it doesn't feel wet. Yeah, I hate when hands are anything other than completely dry hands. Yeah, like I want my hands to be clean and dry. Like all the time. Oh yeah, post sanitizer food is icky. You're right. You're so right, Ayuyo. I don't know if we'll teach Brick Break right now. Let's figure out how to do Sludge Bomb. Where we're doing Sludge Bomb. Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff presumably can learn some interesting stuff. Jigglypuff can learn Fire Punch. Smash Bros is holding out on us. I didn't know that. We don't want to get rid of Toxic Spikes because that's useful utility. Horn Attack does 65 and is a normal type move. Normal type physical move. We might just get rid of Horn Attack. There's a fried carrot. Ow. Thank you, Do-What. There you go. Thank you. Yummy, yummy. Yeah, a lot of normal types can use like fun different like types of moves. Dunsparce can learn Flamethrower. That's beautiful. I kind of want to replace Horn Attack with Sludge Bomb. Oh, there's no going back now. You need more training to catch it and eat on the same action. Yeah, I guess so. You'll have to do it every time you show up. I hate the feeling of anything on my skin. Oh, which sucks because I need to learn makeup, but sensory issues. I know a little bit about makeup. You could start light. There's something called BB cream, which is like foundation, but it's much lighter. And it's less effective. But you could start by, some BB cream and maybe some like tinted lip balm. Eyeshadow doesn't really feel like much. Mascara feels weird. Putting on eyeliner is difficult, but you don't really feel it once it's on. I will go buy more carrots on the market. Yes, more carrots. Telekinesis. I keep thinking telekinesis is like a damaging move. I can never keep up with makeup. Yeah, that's one reason I don't use face cam. That's one reason I'm a VTuber, because I feel like am I gonna have to like put on makeup before every stream? Okay, we've got our bunny team assembled now. The prince has arrived. Just put in some earrings I got that I've been saving for a special occasion after 3 years of Christmas. Got snail earrings as a gift immediately after I put them on. And the feeling of the earrings dangling. You don't like it? I think I'd rather just look ugly. Oh, you're okay, Ayuyu, you're okay. Ooh, I'd like to try drag at least once, but the makeup. Maybe you could talk to some drag queens about it. I didn't like the feeling at first, and I got used to it. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I like the feeling of earrings. Like, the dangling. I think I have, like, sensitive skin or something, so if it's the wrong kind of metal, my little piercing holes will start to hurt after a while. But, yeah. Ooh. I like the dangle. I've never worn earrings. Ooh, you should try it, you should try it. Oh, look at his funny little legs. Oh, what's up, Ayuyu? I need to see. Wow! Welcome to the Winter Court. To my friend Ayurisu. Yay! The Fey Noble, the Fey Court Noble role is something that is given to people who spend 25,000 fairy dust on that redeem in my channel to prove they've been here for a while. They get 3 things. 1, VIP, which Ayurisu already has. 2, a cool hat. A cool hat in Stream Avatars. Which I don't believe she has the, Happy Christmas! I don't believe she has the winter hat yet. There we go. And then... give that. Well, that's Moat. There she is! There's Ayuyu! Woohoo! And then the last thing that you get when you enter the Fey Noble court. Can you guys tell I can't think today? I can't string together a sentence. The last thing you get is a Discord roll. This Discord roll gives you a cool colored name. A cool color for your name that matches with the other Fey Nobles of the season. And it gives you access to a channel, a secret hidden channel in my server, which if you haven't been in there, you can hop in there, in which this channel, you can chit-chat with other Fey Nobles, and also, every month, oh, I have to do that, every month, I post a new, 15% off code for all merch and commissions. Yippee! 41096 is an insane trader ID. You think so? Let me go ahead and give that to Ayuyu. Winter Court Nobility. Manage members. Add member. Ayu. Yay! Welcome, officially, esteemed Lady Ayurisu. Yippee! I feel like makeup should be similar to any other accessory where you can use it to feel fancy and pretty, but it shouldn't be any sort of societal expectation. Well, in certain situations, it's certainly expected. It's certainly expected. Welcome to misogyny. I would be nice though. That's kind of how I treat it anyway. I don't think I would work a job that would require me. I don't think I would want to work a job that would require me as a sort of female presenting person to wear makeup every day. Anyway, look at this little guy's funny little butt. Look at the silly little butt and legs. That's how my little sister uses it too. Yeah. Yay, misogyny! She enjoys applying it, so she'll use it whenever she can. Yeah, and that's super valid because it's also a form of self-expression for those who feel like getting into the routine of it. Back in we go. Misogyny? Wait, I just joined back. What did I miss? We're talking about makeup. I've always kind of wanted to put makeup on my fella, but I'm not super good. Wait, I have put makeup on my fella before when we did Team Skull Grunt cosplays together. It was fun, but it was only a little bit. Oh, part of it was making his eyebrows blue. I guess I need to hate women now based on what I'm hearing? No, what? Oh, it's John again. You can't hate women. You're a shrimp. Shrimps don't have a concept of gender and society. My job does require me to dress up and present certain ways sometimes, but also I don't get work often enough that I'm pretty okay with it. That's fair, that's fair. It sucks, but I can tolerate with how infrequent it is. Yeah. Gender? Shrimp! I think that's incredible, Moat. It's fine if you also hate men. I'm not a misogynist. I hate everyone equally. Is it still fashionable to make fun of people who talk like that? Ugh, so many encounters. Yeah! Yeah, maybe it's okay to make fun of them if they still unironically talk like that. You can try starting with hating me. Is that gender affirming? Is it gender affirming to experience trans inclusive misogyny? I feel like this is like a whole discussion that's a little out of my scope. Like, I feel like for some people it is affirming, but you know, was that a hoot hoot? No, I don't think so. It's a golet. I guess technically yes, but it's still rude. Yeah. Like, maybe it's kind of like getting catcalled. It's like, oh, you think I'm cute? Hey! Take all the shrimp says as a joke, they hate you all equally? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Moat. Oh, boink. Ah, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hard to tell. Equals 0. Equally. Oh! Equally as in 0 equals 0. It's true, it's true. Scrabble called you a homophobic slur? How did this happen? A shiny stone. Anyone trying to hate damsel, I laugh at such an impossible task. It's true, how could you hate wife? Simply not possible. My family got scrambled for Christmas. The second turn I drew the tiles for I and then the F slur in that order. Wow. That's crazy. Wife? Well, you guys partying in here? Is party up here? Jeez, we'll hold them here. You go on ahead. Okay. This is nothing, but there sure are a lot of them. Oh, what a complete bother. Oh, what a little guy. There's an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. See you when it's over. It's a plural of spouse spice? Yes. I've decided. One of my biggest fears of transitioning is being treated like less of a person because 1, trans and 2, woman. Yeah. Yeah. If you do any like significant physical or social transitioning, then it becomes harder to go stealth too. So there's that risk. Like I can always pretend that I'm a cis woman when I'm out and about, but yeah, we'll treat you like a friend. I feel like if my potential boyfriend or husband slapped me on the booty and asked me to make him a sandwich, I could be down, but that's romantic partner. I don't know how I'd feel. Maybe if he asks you if he's allowed to smack you in the booty and ask you to make a sandwich. If he asks you if he's allowed to, and then you said yes, then it'd be okay. It's all about consent, right? Yeah, alright. If I have to lose, at least it's to the gym leader. Right now, our king's upstairs. There's nothing you can do. I have bunnies. They can do it all for me. Bryson, Sharon, they're moving around being annoying. Isn't that the thing you put on a burger? You're right, you're right. Consent or something like that? Yeah, they're not moving at all. How many? Oh, there's just one, so I shouldn't use toxic spikes. Can't use the ghost type move. Sledge bomb. My most common response when I hear about the horror of trans women in the restroom is, have you any idea what that would involve? You don't casually transition, right? Ugh, yeah. Also, like, you don't realize it's also dangerous for trans women in a men's restroom, right? I feel like people don't realize that. And I don't want to get too into politics, I guess. I'll just say my piece and let it be. If you don't casually transition, do you competitively transition? I feel like I know people who would. Oh, I thought that was the liquid they poured out for construction that hardens. Oh. That's so silly. You guys are so silly. Getting so silly in my chat. I will hurt anyone who disobeys Team Plasma. Transition speedrun or the transition marathon. I'm gonna be the better woman. You just try me. Yeah, I think we just do another sludge bomb. We sludge it up. Around here, I'm seeing public gender-neutral restrooms at train stations and restaurants and stuff. Yay! Sometimes I see, like, public, gender-neutral public restrooms in, like, like restaurants or bars in
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Where you at? Like more progressive areas. If a restroom isn't gender neutral, I try not to use it unless I'm like in significant pain. That's a good call. That's a good call. Well, hydrate and stretch. Let's do that. Hi, Cygnus. How's it going, friend? Yeah, there's just not enough. So I don't know why we need to label like single stall bathrooms as men's or women's restrooms. Like, what's the difference? Ooh, a 35 stream streak. Look at you go with your truck emote. Concrete? No, that's when you play a game with someone and try to win? Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Jeb. Oh, my bunny. I guess that was a crit, huh? Up, up, down, down, left, right, B-A-X. And now I'm a shroom fatale. You're so silly. You guys are so silly. Thank you for making me laugh today. Ugh. Sometimes I think about my IRL friends who are almost all cis dudes. And I'm like, they wouldn't get this. They wouldn't see these jokes as funny. They don't get it. We love when you laugh. No, I'm never gonna laugh again. Don't embarrass me. Ugh, one time when I was working at the game store, this lady came in and was like, she was coming up to the counter and she had something that she wanted help with. And I was like, hi, how can I help you? As I do, you know, as you do. And, she was like, oh, you have the most adorable smile. And I was like, wait, stop. And she was like, no, look at your dimples. And I was like, no. I got so embarrassed, I literally had to leave the room and come back a couple minutes later. Sometimes it's embarrassing, but it's delightful at the same time, you know. I'll never laugh again. Hee hee. What am I doing? What am I doing in my inventory? Oh, I'm trying to heal my bunny. New cheese lord, they have dimples. It's true. My human form has dimples. I have like one really strong dimple and one less strong dimple. Same though, but I think my response is to just freeze. It's like, oh, you know. Status problems. What do we feed our little baby bunny? We'll do super potions. Cheese lord, they don't laugh since I promised once not to. I gotta do like a you laugh you lose stream sometime. Sometimes I feel like I would be really good at it, but I probably wouldn't be. Like realistically, like it's one thing if you're like chilling in bed and you're on your phone and you have your phone put up to your face and you're watching the video and you're like, You know, but if I'm sitting here on stream and you guys are being oh so silly, I'd also fail a no laugh stream. You would fail. That sounds like a collab. The three of us. Someone in chat will make a hardly knower joke before the video even starts and I'd lose it. That sounds really fun, actually. Tofu! Hi, Tofu! Welcome in! Ba-da-ba-ba! How you doing, Tofu? Let me shout you. Tofu, Coco. There we go. A little heart. Hit the little heart at the top of the chat to give Tofu a big thank you for raiding in today. Our dear friend Tofu. How was your stream? You said you were just chilling playing Minecraft, right? This is really loud in my ears. Audio settings. There, that's better. Yeah, it was a good stream. Good stream. Picking at projects. You building anything neat? Hole digging club. Hole digging club sounds fun. Is that something you're doing in Minecraft? I see a tofu cocoa in need of more spice in life, and we're here to supply. Wow, spiced hot chocolate. Sounds really good. Oh, that's your realm name. Are you guys playing on Java or Bedrock? What is it? What is it? Or is it realm? So that would be Bedrock, or yeah, Bedrock. It's been a while. It's been a little while. Hello, fight me. We exist to serve our lord and we on Java. I'm a Java boy. Wait, Java. Java boy. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I might pop in. I don't know if I'll be able to like actually play, but DM me the deets. DM me the deets. Yep, keep cleaning up. Keep cleaning up, little bunny. Little fake out. All I need is your Minecraft username, and I have a teeny server for it. I think it's Crystal Cheesecake with no E. What is it? I don't know. I'll figure it out later. It's okay, I'll explain the jokes to you. You're a good cis straight, the token ally. We love allies. I didn't say that all of my friends were straight. They're just all cis men. Hi, Damsy! 5 streams streak. Thank you for hanging out here so much. Yeah, let's switch. Let's bring in Pepper. How you doing? You in a good mood, Damsy? Brain punch! Let us punch this kitty. I love when Pokemon. I love when Pokemon moves have what do you call them? Hands in the graphics. He was a Java boy, he grabbed fucking lava boy. His code wasn't good enough for him. I prefer Java. Tofu invited me and honestly I just have to re-download Minecraft. Don't worry, as an ace, I've kept the cis corner warm for you. Ah, assigned shrimp at birth. Since coming to Dragon Spiral Tower, my stress level has maxed out. The more hyper I am, the faster you'll go down. He was a Java boy. Oh yeah, Nidoran's hurting. I forgot. I too played the Java Minecraft. Am I busy tonight? What if we all partied in Tofu's Minecraft server tonight? You guys want to do that? I just build stuff. I'm not actually any good at fighting stuff. Oh, that's real. That's real. Like after stream, we party in there for a couple hours. Oh, time zone, of course. Did you stream today, Ayuya? What if we kissed in the Minecraft server? Rain punch. Why did it not work before? I don't know. It did. I didn't do it yet. My tinnitus right now, yeah. You tinnitus? You have tinnitus right now? I streamed early morning because you're collabing with a friend in Japan. Alright. That sounds delightful. Did it go well? I made plans tonight, but I'm still waiting to find out. Right. You woke up late, huh? Scareggy. Yeah, let's keep going. Bunny punch. Super IU64. Wait, that's really cute. I like being the explorer and bringing back new resources to the farm, but ethical sources. I don't use iron golem farms or anything. Interesting. Oh, damsel, your heart is too big to be contained within you. Rock-a-rock. Yeah, keep going. I totally do use iron golem farms. I don't do mob farms. I think they look super ugly. I've never figured out how to do it, and I don't care. If I need something from a mob, I'll just go hunt it. I love love. Me too! I love love. I always have. It's a genuine issue. Oh! Don't evolve! We won't be able to use you anymore, little prince. We got tons of farms on the server already. Ooh, how long have you had this server open? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious IU64. I fall for people quickly. I feel you, damsel. Your heart's simply too big for ya. You haven't really built anything, just been farming. Yeah, the full name. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious Ayurisu. Come downstairs right now. I saw you made a bag of microwave popcorn before I left the house. And I said, when I left the house, even though I said before I left, no more microwave popcorn today. I got in trouble for that when I was a kid. My mom left the house and she said, nobody gets to make any more microwave popcorn. You guys have had too much today, me and my 3 siblings. Oh, my tracking's gone. There we go. But somebody did. It wasn't me, but somebody did. I later found out that it was my one brother. And we're clear on it now. I forgive him. But I got grounded. She lined me up. She lined me and my siblings up when she got home. I was like, I didn't do anything wrong. And I looked the most guilty. She was like, cheesecake? Cheesecake. You're grounded for the rest of the day. The secret is having a name long enough that you can escape before they finish saying it. Get over here, Jugamu Jugamu Gogono Suri Kire Kaigo however it goes. Jugamu Jugamu Goko no Suri Kire Kaigari Sugyo Mas Unramas. Oh, it's so hard to remember. I wish I was a cold, mean, and cynical person who didn't love often. I don't think you really believe that, Danzel. I don't think you do. I love love, but I've never felt it. You can like love conceptually. Oh, it was a world that you had open last year. And you reopened recently. Cheesecake is your real name? That's dangerous, you're doxing yourself. Damsel being my actual transition name. You're so sweet. You're so silly. Do I need to give another potion to this baby boy? Oh, yes I do. We are healing up our baby boy. Yeah, back up we go. We're going in. Well, welcome in, Roy. I know you came in and grabbed the first redeem, but welcome in properly. Have a hydrate and a stretch. Whoa, look at this room. That's cool. I want to turn off this stinking thing. It's so distracting. We go left or right? We go right, apparently. Oh, first, I've been working on moving over to StreamerBot. And once I do, I'm gonna make a daily chicken redeem. Oh yeah, it is just like the Kirby 64 boss. Not a daily check-in redeem. Daily chicken redeem. There will be a counter for how many times you've chicked in, and it'll go buck 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 buck. It's just a name. Why do you have a hard time just saying Jugamu Jugamu Kokoro Surikire? Ah. Maybe I should have a check-in? Yeah, because with Sammy, you can theoretically set up something like that, but it's much easier in StreamerBot. I'm recruiting for Hole Digging Club at the moment. Yeah! I literally love chickens. I have my real name on my card. I'm just more careful with my exact location and all that. Yeah. That kind of stuff's important. It's... You want, like... Part of you kind of wants your name out there, like your real professional name out there, for... like professional reasons, like you're an artist and you want to find more work, you know, that kind of thing. But it comes with a little risk. Just a little risk. Yay! I don't have a first, but I do have a first, which everyone can use once per stream. OMG first. Have you streamed in a while, Neptune? I feel like I haven't seen you live much. The daily chickens could be different chicken breeds and stuff. Burn, baby, burn. Sounds like something's on a rampage at the top of the tower. What's going on? Different chicken breeds, that would be fun. Well, my phone's about to die. Don't mind if I spontaneously disappear. I think you should carry a portable charger with you. It's finally time. Our Lord N will become the hero. Burn, baby, burn. What? Someone made it clear up here? Someone made it clear up here? What do you mean? What's that sentence? For all non-Japanese out there, the name is a casual Jugemu Goko no Shirikire Kai Jari Sugyo no Sugyo Matsu Unrai Matsu Hurai Matsu Kuneru Tokoro ni Sumu Tokoro Yabura Koji no Bura Koji Paipo no Shooting Gun no Gurin Dai no Ponpokopi no Ponpokora no Chokyume no Chosuke. A classic Rakugo, it is. I've practiced saying it a few times. And I'm honestly kind of impressed that I managed to clear it without really stuttering. I did take it slow, but I managed to clear it without really stuttering. I wonder if I can do sounds reading and mix it up. You should be able to. I usually have booty. Just forgot to put back the booty in my work bag after the holiday. That's understandable though. Understandable. Ooh, enjoy your eat tofu. Have fun with reshiram. Yeah! Reshiram has two things sticking out of its head, so does it count as bunny? No. As much as I would like it to. We already have another overpowered fire type bunny. Hacho. Now stop that trainer for our Lord N. For Lord Megatron. No, I'm surrounded. Everyone who isn't Team Plasma is an enemy. Use all your powers to take them out. Bunny and deer, the two genders, yeah. I tried watching that. I didn't like it very much. It was kind of boring. There was nothing dramatic going on. It was just comedy. How dare an anime be just comedy? For context, I didn't like Nichijou either. Shikanoko Noko Koshitantan is what it's called. And it's impossible to say without singing the theme song. No, you didn't. I was just referencing it. I wanted to like it more too, yeah. Did I say hi to you yet, Ethereal? I know you've been here for a while. Yeah, I did. I felt really bad for the human lady. I don't remember the human lady. Noko it makes me think Koopa Troopa? Is that what they're called? In Japanese, Noko. I jab you. Poison jab, that's the move that Brock was always getting hit with from the Krogunk. Krokorok. Yeah, let's switch. Paratroopers are called Pata. That makes me think of Patapon. The funniest joke was they teased that the next episode was going to have drama, but then it didn't. Aww. It's funny, but I don't like when the moral of the story is be annoying. You'll suffer absolutely no repercussions for it. Yeah, I can see that. Me sitting here, the only anime I've watched was Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Yeah, that's a good one though. Looking for Christmas presents for my niece who loves horses, I stumbled over Horse Girl RPG. And it's not for an 11-year-old. Body horror solo journaling RPG. where you undergo a surgical and mental transformation into a horse by the love of your life. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, what are the boss fights like? We have an ad starting in under a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ads. Thank you. You got morbidly curious? Did you try it? Sheesh! Losing to a kid. But Team Plasma's more than one person. Ah, they're all gonna fight me. What's up, Tomo Bird? What are you doing? Gonna boop. Boop. I lied, I do not know this game. Nope, not a horse. Yet. Oh man. When is that game from? Why not a body horror childhood trauma war simulator with hot robots? Is that Transformers Prime? Is it as good as My Horse Prince? I think I know that one. Oops, can't run. No, stop trying to run. Cowardly little prince. Oh, I was thinking of the game where it's horse derby racing, except the horses are anime girls. Yeah. Uma Musume. Crunch. I've been crunched. Crunched my bunny. In the middle of the battle, imagine if the plasma grunts you'd already beaten just got replaced by new ones. Oh man. Yeah, that's probably one way that they would do it. I would run out of PP. Fire! It would fight me until I run out of PP. You want a treat, little bird? Hey, check it out. Let's let everyone see too. Whoa, it's dark. Fix that. Whoops. Activate. Figure. There we go. It's a little dim in here, but that's okay. Excuse me. Gotta make room for it. Whoops, that's kind of a lot. That's okay though. Sometimes that's how I fight the Elite Four. Hyper potions until they run out of PP. You're so real for that, Ayuyo. Sometimes I like Tomo Musume. Wow, somebody should draw a cute Tomo girl. Sometimes I like to think these sentences that are normal for us would absolutely put a Victorian lady in a coma. Like, I was thinking of the game where it's horse derby racing, except the horses are anime girls. I feel like they would kind of get it. Like, I feel like the anime part is where the hang up would be, but I feel like they would probably kind of understand. Horse derby racing. Except using women. Instead of horses. I feel like they would get it. People would, those Victorians would totally bet on that. That'd be for the casual. Here you end up having a doctor telling you that you're allowed to walk outside today. Oh. Yeah, that's wild. Woof. I think they'd shrug it off with a, that's nice, dear. Yeah. Horse racing, but it's women? That's just women's racing. That's just... Is it? Let me out of here. Let me out of this nightmare. I feel like I'm gonna be fought by Team Plasma Grunts forever. And all of them have one Pokemon each. Wait, this one has two. Play first. Psychic type would have been strong, actually. It is what it is. Stockpile. What do you guys think of the stockpile moveset? Me when everyone is double battles, but there's nobody in reserve. Yeah. The horses are specifically owned, bred, and exclusively used for racing. They used to be put down if they broke a leg. Now apply that to women? I mean, if a horse breaks a leg, they kind of give up anyway. Lipard. Psychic is weak against Dark. Let's switch. Back to Pepper. I don't use them because Spit Up and Swallow require another move to use, and I'd rather just have other damage-dealing moves. Yeah. Like, it's such an interesting sort of gimmick that it feels like, oh, there's gotta be some way to make it work, right? Oh yeah, I also looked it up and saw the cover, and it is unsettling. It's unsettling for sure. Plasma! Go Plasma! Was that the last one? Our king will create a new world! Bring it on! Can you take 4 in a row? Free me! Release me! Plasma! Go Plasma! Definitely not a cult. Okay. One Pokemon. Release me, please! Be gone! Get out of here! Understandable, have a nice day. Yeah. Creepy looking game. What? It looks like you can still fight! Yeah, I'm epic like that. One day there'll be an evil team where the grunts aren't just limited to using the same 5 Pokemon. One of these days. I mean, Team Star is like that, right? Not that they're evil team, it's just a bunch of ruffians and some misguided teens. Cypher had a lot of variety? Oh, yeah. Hello, sir. Oh, the hero will open up the way to a new world! Lose all of your Pokemon! Let's heal again. That's gonna be overkill. Team Star aren't evil, but I get to- yeah. Wawa. Wait, where's the Moo Milk? There you are. I've got a bunch of that. Use that for cider. Okay, everyone's back up. wrong button. Let's save real quick. Good. Scary music. Why am I not facing all the way? Whoa. Whoa! It's Scratchy Scram. I'm hungry! And can you go to Wendy's and get me a biggie bag? What do you think? Cheese? How do you like the beautiful form of the Pokemon who appears before and fights beside the hero that will lead the way to a new world? It's very pretty. It's a very beautiful Pokemon. Now, Reshiram and I will head to the Pokemon League and defeat the champion. This will be the last of the Pokemon battles that hurt Pokemon so. A world for Pokemon alone. It's finally going to be a reality. Sure. Okay, bye. If you want to stop me, you must become a hero as well. That's right. When Reshiram's counterpart, Zekrom, recognizes you, we will finally be even, and then you can try to stop us. Well, what will you do? My prediction, if the future that I see is true, you will meet Zekrom. The Pokemon with you believe in you so strongly. Will you be the one who interferes with my formula for changing the world? If you want to protect the bonds between Pokemon and people, you must search for Zekrom. I'm sure it's waiting for you in the form of the Dark Stone. It's called a Dusk Stone. And please, you blast us every single time. Cheese! Did you see what Cheese! Cheese! Did you see what flew off just now? How could this happen? Why? Well, that was that guy N, right? Why was he with the legendary Pokemon? He couldn't really be the hero, could he? Also, did I hear him tell you to search for the other legendary Pokemon? Calm down! First we go back. It's more important to decide what to do next than analyze what just happened. There's a lovely I woke up in my favorite game parody where the protag wakes up in their favorite game, but they just like bad games. And one thing they do is place more than one magic ring on their finger, and everyone around them looks at them 100% disgusted. Oh, that's really silly. That's really silly. Oh. They wake up in their favorite game. They just like bad games, so they wake up in the Grinch Game Boy game. Honestly, that game was good. It was just really hard. The controls weren't really that bad. You just kind of had to get used to it. Who draws? Gift me a sub? That was Mushroom. You're a winner! Who? Don't tell me you wouldn't want to wake up in Big Rigs Over the Road racing. I would probably end up waking up in Vampire Survivors. I think that's probably my favorite game. Maybe Project Diva Mega Mix, but I don't know what that means because it's not like a story, you know. Yum yum yum. Whoa! Neptune, thank you! Wait, Shrimp, thank you! Oh my god, I just realized it says you've gifted 272 subs on the channel. Wow! That's beautiful, that's beautiful. Thank you for throwing that at Neptune! Oh, Moon Soup, welcome in! It's lovely to meet you. Feel free to introduce yourself. Trying to get a shiny Reshiram at some point. I got a shiny Zekrom and Kyurem. Yeah, I like shiny Reshiram a lot because it's got like the gold rings on the neck. It's really neat. I'd wake up in Kirby Air Riders. That would be rad. Cedric says, astounding. I never would have imagined the legendary dragon-type Pokemon would return now. That guy called in. Team Plasma's boss apparently reawakened the legendary Pokemon. He told Cheese to look for the other legendary Pokemon, then flew away. Huh? There are 2 legendary Dragon-type Pokemon? I didn't pay attention in school. I have ADHD. Yes, there are. Who goes there? Whoa! This guy. Oh, I appreciate it though, Mo. You're helping me stay afloat. I really appreciate it. Shiny Zekrom reminds me of the Fox Sports robot mascot. Fox Sports robot mascot? Cletus? Huh? Why does this exist? I'm so football robot. Football transformer? It does kind of look like a transformer. Oh, he's got different outfits. Wow. There actually is like NFL helmet transformers. They came out a little while ago. Official collaboration. I support the people I like. I'm just a shrimp in the background. You make me nervous, but I appreciate the support. You guys are so silly. I think these are neat. I don't think I would get them though. Yeah, I didn't know about Cletus, though. That's kind of funny. Why, if it isn't Alder! It's been a while. Have you been well? No time for chit-chat. That fearsome column of fire that shot from the tower. That Pokemon has the power to destroy the world. If it's on Team Plasma's side and Team Plasma tells everyone to release their Pokemon, no matter whether it comes from fear or admiration, the world can't help but change. It'll become a world where we're separated from Pokemon. Right. Moreover, the boss of Team Plasma, N, who reawakened Reshiram, apparently said to look for the other Pokemon Zekrom. I wonder if there's a Transformer that's a treasure chest? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bot. That's TCG player. The other one with a T. No. Treasure. I know there's like coin ones. Transformers. Treasure chest. Oh. There's a treasure chest packaging for bots. Transformers, bot, coin. No, there's gotta be one. I'm almost certain. There's this one that's like a ring. He's like a donut. Oh well. This song is neat, isn't it? Isn't this song nice? This Pokemon has the power to destroy the world, but loses to bunnies. It's Gimmighoul! Oh, Gimmighoul. What are you chewing on, little bird? I give you all of these toys to chew on, and yet you chew on normal cardboard boxes. Suspicious. What about this curly swirly thing? You gonna chew on this curly swirly thing? Check it out. What if I put millet on it? In it? Would you chew on it then? Cardboard crunchy. I mean, at least he's not chewing on wall paint. If I remember the myth, Reshiram's fiery breath, along with the other Pokemon, devastated ancient Unova in an instant. Even knowing that, and is still wanting to awaken the other. Huh? Isn't it dangerous to bring back a Pokemon that powerful? Miss, you are a very kind person. Still, I don't know if other Pokemon will be able to stand up to it. Because no matter what, it's a legendary being. I don't like the idea of taking orders from men, but searching for the dragon, the stone, might not be a bad plan. We certainly can't let Team Plasma reawaken both of them. Since I've traveled all over Unova, I have an idea of where it might be. Let's head to the Relic Castle. Cheese? Everyone? I'm going. I see. We'll leave that to you. I'm going to investigate the tower. Hopefully I'll find something. Then I will go with you. Okay, have fun. Have fun investigating. Looking around. What's up, Toma? Itchy? Is itchy? I think I understand better now. Being able to do something for Pokemon, for somebody at a time like this, is strength. I'm sure of it. And my strength is something that's given to me by Pokemon. Okay, champion, let's hurry. I have a name, boy. Little boy. Platonic marriage material, like I could live with you and be happy and just get my needs satisfied elsewhere. Jeez, this has turned into a big deal. So confusing, I don't know what to do. Something something Relic Castle, past Route 4, in the Desert Resort. I hear that's where the Relic Castle is. Okay. Sounds good to me. What's shaking? Meep meep! It's always odd to know, isn't it? Please, Sharon, strength is HMO4. Snail! I hit the junk port. $1. Little bird, what are you chirping for? Where's all these chirps coming from? Let's run. I hit the junk port. $1. I like that, it's funny. The junk port. Are you guys platonically flirting in my chat? You want seeds? They're in this box, okay, Toma? I'm not putting them in there. I put them in the box. Come in. What? Your little claws are stuck. Don't get mad at me because you got your toes stuck. Oh, little bird. There we go. You got it. You got it. Legally no, platonically yes. Love can bloom on a battlefield. Well, I'm glad you guys are having a nice time. Clove can too, I guess. Can it? Cloves? Hug? Okay! Exoskeleton. Exoskeleton hug. I do like hug. Hugs are nice. Okay. We're going back to the desert resort, right? We can fly there. Where was it? Lost Lorne Forest. Charged Stone Cave. Mr. Alton Cave. Cold Storage. Rally Castle, there it is. Back to Nimbasa. Nimbasa Nova. Hug requires a valid target. There we go. Well, if you watch my little stream avatar, it should do it. At some point. Mass hug. Where's Damsel? Whoa, I got hugged by spouse! OMG, my spouse hugged me! I don't know how it works. Crystal cheesecake, cuddle puddle, when? You know, I want to visit the name rater real quick so that we can rename our little prince. No. I'm so tempted to get stream avatars for my stream. Do it! It's so fun. It's so fun. Oh, Castelia real quick. Huge. Get challenged to a battle for my sister's purloin. Overlay. There's overlays that you can get on, like, Etsy. There's some, like, free ones. Some, cheap ones. Some expensive ones. Okay, where was the name rater? Somewhere around here. As long as the email, as long as you can email the puddle to Sweden, I'm game. Name rater is in here? Question mark? No. This place is mysterious. What is it, Tomo Bird? Come in. There you go. I put some in here. There's seeds in here. You just gotta dig through the papers to get to it. Okay? You have to forage for your food, you slacker. Hello, sir. A beautiful melody makes people happy. A sad melody makes people sorrowful. That's the power of melodies. Melodies. Tomo Bird. Okay. There's goodies in here. You want goodies? You want goodies or what, Tomo? Yeah? Perhaps? How about goodies over here? Okay, you can forage in the foraging tray. I have a plan for how I'm gonna get him to calm down, but it's something that I have to do, like, it's a new habit I have to start for him, so it's gonna take a sec. So for now, I just gotta be patient. Right? You need a lift? There you go. I don't know what that says. translate it first, and then I'll read it off. Well, we have an ad starting in about a minute, and I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad.
Kom ihåg alla, ni är fantastiska individer som förtjänar all kärlek och allt fantastiskt umgänge som vi får från Cheese.
Kom ihåg alla. Cheese. That one's too long for me to try.
Kom ihåg alla.
Kom ihåg alla. Kom ihåg alla. How's that? Kom ihåg alla. My glasses are off and the fairy lights are off. It's nice and cozy in here. Kom ihåg alla. Is the name reader over here? I feel like I should remember from last time, right? Over here? That's the gym. Bike. Bike, go fast. Kom ihåg alla. Kom ihåg alla. Kom ihåg alla. Is that right? I seem to recall it being on the left side of a street. Right. Yeah, misogyny Duran. Be careful, it's got poison point. What if I accidentally kill this woman? Kom ihåg alla. Remember, everyone. Translate said, hello, everyone. Oh, if it's separate. I mean, I'm not gonna say that Google Translate's more correct than a native speaker. Remember, everyone. Where? Where did you go? The translation is broken if it said that? I'd believe it. I also seem to remember it being on the left side of a street. Let us see what Googling it gets us. Kom ihåg alla. I hit the jackpot $1. Pokemon White Name Rater. The leftmost street in the building on the left. I checked there. Let me in. Did I just not go upstairs? I was like, nobody's in here. Did I kill chat? Please tell me your favorite left-handed moment. Did I kill Booty? Your favorite left-handed moment? What is that supposed to mean? Left-handed moment? Is that like clumsy? There's nobody here. There's literally here. Between Central Plaza and Route 4. There's a building on the left of the northernmost road, the street between Central Plaza and Route 4. The name reader is on the ground floor. Narrow street? Time here. Castelia Street. Oh, I think I know where it is. I've been looking in the wrong place. I found it. I found it. Hello, name reader. Hello, hello. Ah, hello. Hello, hello. Yes, let us change it. He shall be our prince. From now on, it is the prince. Yay! At long last. Okay, now we can go see, Relic Tower. Sounds right to me. Did I just go north from here? We're like right there anyway. This is such a nostalgic era of Pokemon games. Victor! Hey there! What if I called Ethers that from now on? Or Ethers? What is it? Do you guys say Ether or Ether for that item? I think I might call it an A there. The second, like, Ethernet cable. Ah. Vending machine. It's lemonade time. We have so much money. I wish it was easier to get more than one. No. More than one at once, I mean. Desert Resort. Desert Resort. In we go! I wonder, why wasn't I able to do anything at the Relic Tower? Oh. At the Relic Tower before? Whether I travel or not, I'm gonna make a great discovery! How sweet! Maractus is pure grass? Or is it poison? Pure grass. Weak to poison. I didn't know that somehow. Poison jab. That'll do. That will do. Ah, incredible. Who knew that basic strategy would be effective? I may have discovered something good about you, huh? There's a relic tower somewhere around here. Aha! It's this probably, right? Relic Castle. Is that where we're supposed to go? Oh yeah, how do I get in? Yes. A gift sub to Buzzbot! Thank you, Mo. Thank you. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Okay. Relic Castle. The worker on the first floor has cleared out the sand that blocked the way so you can reach the lower floors by taking the stairs on the southwest. Huh? Did I go through the wrong entrance? If I have a Pokemon that gets knocked out, I need to draw myself as a dragon bunny? How do I go? Iconic as always. Iconic. Ugh. How do I go? Does anybody remember? Oh, it'd be easier to figure out if I wasn't getting interrupted by Mode! Oh my goodness, again? Oh, you beautiful crustacean, you. You beautiful crustacean. These gift subs go to Moon Soup, Hunter Bluey, Sound Ninja, Pastel Mizzy, Mama Bear, Mod Death, Stall Crafter Music, Slip the Rabbit, Hecho in Mexico, Ponut, Zerlith, and Doragon. Dragon something. Tell me the Dragon Buddy doesn't sound super cool. Oh no, it absolutely does. Oh, Dragon Toothless. Doragon to Suresu. So cute. Thank you, Mo. You're super cool, super cool. Let's make this shrimp a little larger. Where is it? Bigger shrimp. The notification says Moat Shrimp has subscribed for each one. I think that's gonna be fixed when I move over to StreamerBot. I think. I'm trying. I'm trying to change that. Hi, Mama Bear. Congrats on the gift sub. Moat Shrimp has done an epic thing. Moat Shrimp doing epic things today. The abilities of my Pokemon. Okay. Yeah, the sign that Clover has. Yeah, I wanna fix that. So that it says Mushroom gifted a, or whoever gifted a subscription to whoever. I mean, it's Mushroom some of the time, that's for sure. Yippee! Happy Christmas! Oh, by the way, Mo, the ocarina came in. Ah, it's so cute. I've been practicing with it just a little bit. I've been practicing with it a little. I've subbed so many times today. I really appreciate it. Ghost type. How does poison do against ghost type? How does ghost type do against ghost type? I feel like it's a situation where ghost is strong against ghost, right? Oh yeah! Reminds me of an anime where there's a bunny girl who would chop you in tiny pieces. Oh, mummy? If she doesn't like your face, which is presented as the biggest threat of an academy full of future heroes, the protagonist succeeded to tame her by offering her a carrot. And literally her motto is death or carrot. What is that anime? Muna. Muna. Shadow Claw. What are you doing, little bird? What's little bird doing? What's up, Tomo? You might settle in for a nap right there. Oh! Lie, the anime is called Death or Carrot. Buzzbot! Buzzbot, that's gross. I know of a manga where the protagonist is level 1 forever, but can eat stuff. How do you get back to... Where do you go? He tells you that the Relic Castle may hold a clue about the other legendary dragon. Fly back to Nimbasa City and trek through Route 4 to reach the desert. Right! And then you go to to Relic Castle. One of the hangers-on likes carrots. This is Relic Castle, right? Seems awfully small. And unprogressible. Am I missing something? Think it's got multiple entrances? Well, somebody should have said that. Not you guys, somebody in the game. Oh, there we go. Stop, jeez! The anime is called My Unique Skill Makes Me OP Even at Level 1. Ah, I see. Oh, so it's the same thing. It's the same thing Moat's talking about, right? That's the entrance to the Relic Castle. You're impressive, Cheese, making it here before I did. I don't know. I kinda didn't know what I was doing. Dealing with the Desert Resort's Pokemon took longer than I would have thought. I only made it all the way out here thanks to my Pokemon. Other went on ahead. Let's hurry. Okay, let's go. Yum. There are two things I've learned about quicksand. It's quick and it's sand. If you try to walk through the middle, you'll fall. Wait, we already know these things. Yeah, isn't it Saito? Isn't it? Let me out of here. Or let me through here, I guess. Oh, hello. Guess it's told us that once again we should test how much power you have. We will see if you can defeat Team Plasma. I guess we fight. I've heard about you. I heard you work Pokemon hard. No, nuh-uh. I'm nice to my bunnies. Oh, so you'll chew on your calcium perch, but you won't chew on all of the toys that I got you to chew on? Yeah, Mask, the Pokemon that looks at its mask and cries remembering its life as a human. Yeah, I remember that, I remember that. I liked the mask a lot when I was younger. I just thought it was cool. Poison Jeb. Oh, we should probably do Toxic Spikes, because this guy's got 3 Pokemon. Ah! Eat Poison Point. I love Cofagrigus. Yeah, Cofagrigus is really neat. What do you think of Runeregus? What does Tomo think of Runeregus? What do you think, little bird? We're gonna switch out. We're going to bring out Pepper. We're bringing out Pepper. Hi, Tomo. Super Fang. Whoa. I have some millet on my desk. Come here. I've got a treat for you. Come here, come step up. You don't want to. I like Runeregus, specifically when the pieces are all together. Yeah. Hi, Tomo. Dizzy Punch. Wait, I should use Drain Punch. Should have been Rock Ghost. It's not? Hi, Tomo. Ground Ghost. Oh, I guess because it's like rumbling or whatever. Keep battling. Hi, Tomo. Yes, get poisoned. They say it's made of clay, but runestones were traditionally carved from stone. Ah, it's true, it's true. Oh, what a load of Krokorok. What a crock of Krokorok. Little bird, you got the chirps? Come here. Check out what I've got on my desk. Look at these. Millet treats. Look, look. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you, damsel. There you go. Frizzle, frag, and fraggle, raggle. What a crock. Was that nice? Nice little treat? More Drain Punch. I love your mask because it literally has a mask of its own face. Like the Lemon Demon song, a mask of my own face. Also, it's just really cute. Yeah, it is really cute, isn't it? I like that it looks like with the way the eye pattern is, it kind of looks like it's got a tear. Crying is cute, I guess. Get to a lower level? Yes. Yes, Tomo. I know, that's my ear hole that you're chirping in. How about the other half of this millet? Does this please you, Lord Tomo? You know where I'll put it? You know? Over in the foraging tray. Will you have it? Here. There we go. Oh, the sand is still falling on my head. Max Potion? Who's that? Maxwell Potion. Oh my goodness, we haven't taken a proper break yet. Let's do that after this fight. 2 To please my Pokemon, lose. No. It would please my Pokemon to win. Okay? And I have more Pokemon than you, so it's I'm willing to bet I have more than you. One Scraggy. Yeah, you've got 2 Pokemon. It would please my Pokemon more for me to win than it would please your Pokemon for you to win, because I have more Pokemon. The the overall happiness of all Pokemon goes up. Max Potion, he's the man whose name sounds good in your ear, but when you say it, you mustn't fear, for his name can be said. Is that a reference? That sounds like a reference, Neptune. Oh, The Simpsons. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't watched The Simpsons. Not really. Any of it, pretty much. I wasn't really allowed to when I was a kid. I guess it was considered too adult for little old cheese. For just tiny little old cheese. I was one managed to never watch The Simpsons. You weren't allowed. I wasn't allowed to when I was a kid. That's how, I guess. Very late holidays. Hi, bye, Flame. Welcome in. It's still Christmas as long as it says December on the calendar, as far as I'm concerned. I watched Futurama when I was less than a year old. Futurama was out when you were less than a year old? Baby detected. After you. Wait. What does it do? This is a bunny boy. Pepper is a boy. The user helps the target and makes it use its move right after the user. That sounds like a double battle strat. Futurama's 27 now? Oh. I didn't realize it came out in the 90s. Almost 27? What month did it come out? Pokemon after you. No. Don't forget Drain Punch. Cancel. Cancel, Slam. Keep old moves. Okay. I do need a break, huh? Okay. Watch hug. A year younger than a Great American Tragedy. Ah, I see. Dizzy Punch. I guess there were a few of those in the past couple decades. Drain Punch. That's right, I was born in 1931. Wow! Okay. I was born. Alright, we're gonna have ourselves a little break. Just a little break. We're gonna have a good 10 minutes. Let me snooze out this ad so that we can play it during the break. Kind of right before we get back. We're gonna have a 10-minute timer going. We'll have... Oh, you know what? Actually, there's a thing I want to try. I didn't like get it set up before stream or anything, but let me try this. Let me try this.
Baby man, little baby.
I want to try words on stream.
Man,
Little baby man.
Baby man, little
Baby man. You can go. Is it gonna be too small? Oh hi, 51 point legend. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. Feel free to introduce yourself if you like. I'm so laggy. Any minigame is gonna be amazing. The browser source. WOS. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be large. Back down. Is this okay, you think? Is that okay place? Is it too small? Yeah, probably okay. Well, let's give it a try. And start. It's loud. We'll turn off the sound effects. There you go. Have fun guessing words on stream. I'll be up for 10 minutes. Autopilot. There we go. Okay, have fun with that. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye! Did you guys enjoy all that? Should I do that more often? Should I do that all the time? I know I love when a streamer pulls up the words on stream. Oh hey! Phantom! It's nice to see you today. I hope you enjoyed burning your points away. Just simply demolishing them. I hope you're doing well. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to Pokemon. I missed you, so I'm here. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah, how was everybody's break? Good? Went well? Went good well? It did goodly? I realize this is millet, right, Tomo? Are you done with eating millet? I didn't think I'd ever see the day. I put it in like a twisty pine shredding toy thing in hopes that he would be more interested in the twisty pine shreddy thing. I do hope to sort out this issue with Tomo. I do hope that my plan works. Long story short, my plan is to have him sleep in a different cage overnight. One that's not directly next to my PC. Where did it go? I dropped it. I dropped the doohickey. Oh, there it is. Okay, what if I bring it to your... Let's try. Big mad, angry little bird. It's millet, dude. I'm gonna put it in there. Ah! What a bird. He's such a bird of all time. Does he realize that it's millet? I don't know that he does. Well, he'll end up exploring it at some point. I put it in the treat dish, so it only stands to reason that it should be a treat, right? Right, Domo? We'll sort it out. We'll sort it out, me and that bird. Because I think me being on my PC at night, directly next to his cage, you know, with the monitors on and everything, talking to people sometimes, streaming sometimes, is a little, noisy for him. So he doesn't get a lot of sleep. That might be the issue. Hello! Little bird! You can't change the world without a little pain. Little bird, come here! You want more millet? Ooh. Garbodor! Bird is tired and irritable, the missile looks eepy, and needs to sleep! Oh my goodness, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. It's not even that he's irritable. It's just it feels so mean. He chirps while I'm streaming, which is something he didn't used to do. Whoops. I just used a poison type move on this poison guy. Well, this poison guy used a poison type move on me, so I guess we're even. But, what does Ghost do against poison types? Boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's not cooked. Does he know? Does he even realize that I've given him a sprig of millet? But he didn't used to chirp while I was trying to stream. Not like a lot. But I think keeping him up might be what's doing it. Okay, let's switch out. Let's see. Poison type, poison type. Let me just bring up the Pokemon type chart. My puppy's still learning the way to get treats. He sits waiting, but when I move the treat closer, he starts to jump to get it instead of waiting. Yeah, training puppies is fun like that, huh? I have to keep getting the treat away to teach him. Yeah. And he's like, I thought you were trying to give me a treat. Now I feel betrayed. What do you want from me? He'll understand soon. Poison! Defender is poison. We want ground. Psychic! Psychic, yes. Bring out cider. Yes. How about Bunny? They're all Bunny, however, they all get to be called Bunny. Tomo bird! It's literally a sprig of millet right here. Don't you see it? Don't you understand? Luckily for me, his dad was trained on it already, so he imitates him when he stands sitting waiting for his treat like a good dog. Aw, that's sweet, that's sweet. I'm paralyzed. That's okay, exercise is confusing. We got one more gym badge left. Then it's on to the Elite Four. It's exciting. Oh, and after we get our next gym badge... After we get our next gym badge, we get a Zoomeril. We can finally use a Zoomeril. At long last. Because that's the only choice left. No, don't evolve. Can confirm I did indeed spiral that tower. Hi, Draco. Welcome in. Oh, thank you, Saito. I did an Achewy. Little birdie bird. You should try this. It's millet. I think you would like it. Okay, what if I get a normal millet? Would you like that instead? This is a big millet. He's like, oh, millet. Whoops, I just pulled all of those millet nuggets off. That's okay. There we go. Finally he'll settle down for a bit. A Zoomeril huge power is gonna be so broken, yeah! And I'll have Surf too, so I'll have that for the utility. Hell, the mountains! I'm finally out of my hiccups! Hey, mountains! Mode's finally out of their hiccups. Yeah, ooh, Shadow Ball! Shadow Ball is good! This is good. Very good. But I'm happy for you, Mode. Good for you. Yes, I would like to heal up the Moo Moo milk. Uh-huh. Let's get some super potions. How much does lemonade do? 80 points? Super potion. A fresh water. You guys usually heal up after every single battle? Or at least after- oh, whoops, I shouldn't have run. At least after every, battle that beats you up just a little bit, like that. Oh, hello, Battle! Hello, Battle! If everyone frees their Pokemon, there's no winning or losing. Nobody has to ever win or lose at anything ever again. Pantaloon! Is Papa Pantaloon? If a Zoomeril with huge power had some investment and got max attack and speed, of course it can hit as hard as Groudon. Wow. That's crazy. ground on, huh? Papa Pantaloon. Only after major battles, but also not doing a challenge. That's fair, that's fair. In Legend Z, I was healing after every match because it was just one button. That's true. Healing is a lot easier in the modern games. A lot quicker, snappier. Pantaloon is a really cute and silly name for Phantom. I might have to adopt that. Might have to adopt that sometimes. How is little Poppy doing, Phantom? I have a Twitch translator add-on. It translated Papa Pantaloon to Pope Francis. I love that, actually. Now we know. If we want to refer to Pope Francis in his native language, he shall be Papa Pantaloon. I've just been sent something. Oh yeah! By the gods! Incredible. Yeah, I didn't know that there's add-ons for that. I would become Catholic if Papa was the Pope. I don't think even that would make me become Catholic, but I would probably be more involved. Azumarill is really powerful, even if it's not the most powerful water type. Among one of the most useful and powerful is our Lord and Savior Magikarp. Well, not him, but his evolution. Yeah, Gyarados is fantastic. I'm a cult leader? Confirmed? Wait, what did you think Ghost Town was? Okay. Oh, I want to go to... here. What do we have here? We got Shadow Ball. It's gonna be nice to have a PP up. Basement 3 floor near the second Plasma Grunt? We'll have to look for that. PP Max. Oh, post-game. Post-game. Okay. Could it be this? Max Revive? Okay. Bring your cookies to sacrifice for the hungry ghosts. Hello. We crave confectionaries. Yes, it's true. Pokemon are amazing, but putting them in the hands of foolish trainers can bring nothing good. Mudkip is also pretty strong. It takes a lot of time, for a long time, and oh yeah, Swampert is goated. Swampert's fantastic. Oh, to answer the question, Poppy's fantastic. She's hanging out next to me right now. Oh, give her a little scrungle on the head, and a little smooch on the head for me. And say it's from Mimi Cheesecake. It's from Mimi Cheesecake. Is poison weak to ghost for some reason? I feel like I've learned this like 4 times today. Oh. Man, I suck at type chart. Poison is weak to ground and psychic. Ghost is strong against psychic and ghost. Remember it! Poppy's trying really hard to mimic our dying smoke detector, and it's so funny. What is she going? Oh, little baby. Oh, she's so little baby. Oh, Cider's still paralyzed. Mudkip's one of my favorite starters, the other being Snivy. Do any of you know my favorite starter? I've said it before. This is a pop quiz for you all. A little high-pitched cheek every time it goes off. Oh man. Yes, it's Piplup! Yippee! But what's my second favorite card? Have I said that before? Huh? Why have I been operating under the assumption that Liepard is, poison type? Eevee? Eevee's great. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I didn't have an answer for my second... I wasn't thinking of an answer for my second favorite, starter. I just wanted to see what you guys would say. Eevee's a good call, though. It was, definitely my pick in, Mystery Dungeon DX. Yeah, Liepard's dark. And I knew that, too. I'm just not thinking anymore today. Brain is checked out. I need you guys to play for me. Liepard's quite good at the beginning. If you have it as a starter, it has quite the speed and some pretty neat moves. Not a game changer in the middle and late game, but in the beginning, fantastic. And also a cat, so it's good. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the color scheme. That's why I've never used Liepard. I like yellow and purple, but like that shade of yellow doesn't work with that shade of purple. Oh, hi, Presmop, welcome in. Wow, you're first. I was busy jamming with Teto. Ooh, what were you listening to, Presmop? You're rubbish. Poison type? Yeah, we'll keep going. We'll post a Vocaloid server, yay! For the record, I don't have a booty server. Rubbish again. Let's go, let's go, let's go, rubbish. Go, go, go. Return. Because Pepper loves me. Pepper loves me. Almost sneeze. You misunderstand? You brought Teto to a jam? What do you mean? A jam? There it is! We found it! Now I don't care about anything else this year. Leshy! Num. Sunstone. Leshy Teto Presmop. Leshy Teto. Leshy Teto. Oh. No, not a plushie. I don't like the color of its skin. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Oh, you brought a new Tao to a virtual jam? How does that work? Cheesecake hates people? With a lot of emojis and a shocking face. And a big red circle for good measure. What's my, my YouTube thumbnail face? I mean, realistically, in the thumbnails of my VODs, it's usually... But if I was on a YouTube thumbnail... Just like that. Markiplier's face photoshopped onto your head. I did vocals with Teto and uploaded them as samples to use? Ooh, that's pretty exciting. I don't care. I don't care. Couldn't get away. What if I tried harder? It was a good face for a thumbnail, actually, for a drama video. Oh yeah. Oh, you recorded some of that video. Okay, that's really exciting. Truly Presmo P. My computer doesn't have enough RAM for me to edit it. Oh no! Get you some more RAM. Oh, I gotta get me some more RAM. I should honestly put more RAM on Throne. The RAM sticks I'm looking at. They're like 160 or something. Fairy Doll has a stroke live in 4K. I mean, like, there's just some problems with the hand tracking sometimes. I feel like some of this would really hurt if I wasn't a doll. There we go. I was trying to find the spot where my hand totally freaks out. Flesh tubers, don't try this at home. Crystal Cheesecake hates people on stream. Shocking truth, no clickbait. I'd have the worst drama video and we get 3 million views. Let me out of here! Where do I go? Upstairs, I guess. Only place to go. Whoa. Can't do anything there. Oh, more wild battle. Oh, your laptop has more, so you'll be using that. That sounds good. Yeah, I can't wait to hear it, Prisma. Why is it hard to run? Are they suddenly higher level in these lower floors? Or something like that? Oh, rest in peace, Prince. Good night. Good night, sweet Prince. Run. Let me go! You're so mean! Me and Pepper are getting out of here. And I flip my hair. Turn around dramatically. Cheesecake drama video, but they're in a play and is the main actor. Sometimes I think about doing little, like, story time videos. What do you guys think of that? Do you think it would be good if I, you know, recorded my VTuber talking about it and uploaded a YouTube video? You're a doll, so I suppose it's hard. Yeah, I guess I'm not used to running, I'm used to flying. We're going to... heal powder. The cider. And we're going to... give a hyper potion. A 2 cider. Although, I suppose... Patty's probably gonna have trouble. Let's give an ether. 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 To Pepper. Or Drain Punch. You know, where's all that PP up? There it is. We've got 2 of these. I'm gonna use one on Drain Punch. I feel like we're keeping that move. I like cheesecake story time. I'm in for it. Yay! I've also been thinking about doing like YouTube shorts. That's my VTuber. With some nice music going in the background and in a nice little environment and saying something like sweet and positive. You know, something encouraging maybe. You know, something like that. Do you think that would be nice? Do you think that would pop off? You think that would be popular? You think it would make people see, who's this cute VTuber? Because I feel like there's only so much reach that posting my clips as shorts can grant, you know? Oh, hi Jackie, it's nice to see you. Have a lovely day. Oh, I've been here before. Oh, I run. I hate wild battles. TikTok clips go crazy from what I understand. I'm not touching TikTok. I'm not touching TikTok with a 39.5-foot pole because if I have to make a TikTok account, then I will use TikTok. And if I start to use TikTok, then like 30% of my free time is going to disappear. And I can't do that. I can't do that. I simply can't. I'm trying to climb higher, right? Is that what we're trying to do? No, wait. I did it backwards. I've got my glasses on, and the fairy lights are on. How sweet. I will send you so many funny videos, though. No. This is like a hard restriction for me. Because all of that is short form content. I end up like being really upset with myself for watching a bunch of that. I had to get a version of the YouTube app. I had to hack my YouTube app to not have YouTube Shorts. Because otherwise I would sit there and look at YouTube Shorts for hours when I was like, oh, I needed to eat 4 hours ago. You know, it's a little bit of a exaggeration, but still. It was bad for me. I didn't like it. So I'm not even touching TikTok. I don't think I should. I forgot that we weren't trying to go up, we're trying to go down. Which direction do we go? Oh, walk through. Pick up the max potion, fight the grunts. Drop through the southern... Wait. Fight the grunt waiting for you, then drop through the next floor. Okay, sounds good. Okay, fight the plasma grunt. We did it. Well, drop through the quick stand patch to the left to reach B4F. I only use the YouTube Shorts is for anime clips and finding. Oh, we got a hydrate and stretch. I didn't even realize. Thank you, Cygnus. Anime clips and finding new anime to watch since YouTubers refuse to do it and talk about big new anime and all that for the first part. I'm gonna preface this by saying I don't know this creator's character, but I've always liked Gigax seasonal anime videos, seasonal anime reviews. It's where I found some of my favorites, honestly, like Land of the Lustrous. Oh, I love that one. Okay, fight the plasma grunt. We did that. Drop through the quick sand patch to the left to reach basement 4F. Got the Sunstone and the hidden super potion. I don't know where it is, so I'm not gonna bother with it. I can just buy super potions. Once I can get away from this friggin' crocodile. Take the stairs back to V2F. Oh. It's Cofagrigus. Hello, Cofagrigus. Drop through the quicksand to the south. Return to B3F. Huh? Pick up the max revive by the south wall and beat the other grunt. I have a complete opposite opinion of Giguk. I dislike him. His contents, his opinions, obviously not him as a person. I mean, I'm at least, I just appreciate how he highlights newer animes. That's all. The seasonal stuff. Quicksand to the south. Pick up the max revive. It feels like this guy is just running me around in circles. And I hate freaking crocodiles. No, I love crocodiles. But these ones are annoying me. Get out of here, freaking crocodiles. Okay. Pick up the max revive by the south wall and beat the other grunt. Circle around the quicksand. Grab the PP up. Drop to the southwest patch of quicksand. Okay. We're dropping through the southwest patch of quicksand. That's what I've gathered from all that. Also, I've gathered these freaking crocodiles need to get the freak out of here. There it is. In we go. Okay. Beat the two grunts. Let's get Cider out of here. Because everything here is gonna be like dark poison ground, and Cider isn't really fit for that. Good thing I give it to him. At least he talks about the more small anime, but on the other side, he didn't watch them completely and give his opinion on it, which I always find weird, because you can't give a good opinion on something you don't fully see. Of course, you see me coming a mile away. His Fate video. Oh! He's got a video about Fate that, you disagree with, huh? What? Not the 1 HP. Probably should have done a different move this time. Scraggy. Keep it going, keep it rolling. Keep it scragging. Okay, I didn't need the, walk through it. Yay! My king, I'm so sorry. And you. think I really know what, like, current seasonal anime is like right now. Like, Gachi Akuta is probably coming out, right? Or am I too late for that? Is new Spy Family season coming out, right? Or am I too late for that? I feel like there's probably another new season of something that I'm not remembering. I like this anime podcast called The Weeb Years. It's about old anime though. Ugh, who cares about old anime? We love The Weeb Years, yay! It's about old anime like Tokyo Godfathers, Christmas movie, and the episode features Green Bean Supreme and It's May Magic and this VTuber called Crystal Cheesecake that I've never heard of. But maybe it's interesting. Maybe it's an interesting episode where we touch especially on family and community and what that means especially to like queer people. And it's a good episode. But yeah, that's just what I heard about the Weeb Years. Poison type. Let's dig. That's me digging. What digging sounds like. Crystal Cheesecake had some really good media analysis. Oh yeah, they were on that Lucky Star episode too. Whoever that cheesecake goober is. I don't disagree, I just find it unfunny bad. One among hundreds of Fate is complicated, and since he's a big name, the real Fate fans who know what they're talking about need to babysit the ones who come to the Reddit page. Oh. I see. It becomes like an inter-fandom problem. Huh. Yes, punch the kitty cat. Alright. Saito, I'm gonna watch that video so that just to quote it and bother you. Just kidding. What? Sharon's come right behind us. Whew, I finally caught up. You two, come here, come to my side. We're going to stare at this old man together. It looks like everyone is here. It seems you are working hard to resurrect Zekrom, the other dragon-type Pokemon, aren't you? But it appears the Darkstone you seek is not here. Well then, congratulations are in order. Cheese, you were chosen by our king. If you truly desire to keep the world as it is, where Pokemon live alongside people, you must bring the other Dragon-type Pokemon spoken of in legend and battle with our king. And battle with our king, otherwise Team Plasma will steal every Pokemon from every person in the world and release them all. Release them, you say? Do the Pokemon who live with their trainers actually want that? Is the liberation you talk about really just stealing Pokemon from people? What? I'm old, I can't hear you. Champion Alder, even though illness took the Pokemon that had been your partner for many years, and you haven't had a serious battle in all that time. I didn't know that! Release them all? Even you, who ordered the Elite Four to protect the Pokemon League, and left to wander the Unova region alone. Sorry, hold on, I'm an old man, I'm tired. Even a champion like you now wants to protect a world where Pokemon and people live together. Team Plasma's king will show the people of Unova that he's stronger than a champion who keeps Pokemon bound. Yap, yap, yap. Yap, yap. Oh, yap, yap, yap. We're going to be so cool, and we made a castle. I'll fight for all trainers who love their Pokemon, and for all Pokemon who believe in their trainers. Our king has no interest in you. Oh, yap, yap, yap. Oh, yap, yap, yap. Oh. He loves to watch the moment when someone loses all hope. What a freak! Farewell. Yeah, let's go shopping at Plasma Mall. Let's go shopping! Alder, what are you gonna do now? Seems my only choice is return to the Pokemon League and battle N, but it bothers me to do exactly what Getsus wants. More important than what we need to do about the Darkstone. Let's go outside. It's hard to breathe in here. Hard to put it into words, but I'll never forgive them for this. What could that guy N possibly want? He's trying to prove he's right by making the dragons fight. The cross transceiver. Hi, Professor Juniper. Cheese, Cheese. Hello, Cheese. Oh, you picked up. Hey, Cheese. Up to the museum in Necrene City immediately. Right away, got it? I mean, right now. I can hear Professor Juniper's voice from clear over here. Yup, something's happening. Yep, yep, yep. I want to play the game. Too much cutscene. I love watching people lose hope. Isn't it taking time? Bro's gonna stand there and be like, so? Did you lose hope? I don't want to believe what that Getsus says. You should do the thing. Let's go. Let's go do the thing. No, not summary. Meena. Nectarine. There it is. Off we go! My little bunny with wings on its butt. Okay, let's heal up first. I'll take your Pokemon for a few seconds. Yes. Yes. I'm getting notifications. I turned streamer mode off Discord, but I keep getting notifications, and it's bothering me. Streamer mode. There we go. We hope to see you again! Straight to the museum. Wow, everyone's waiting for me. Alder told me what's going on. You got caught up in something serious, it seems. Is this it? Whoa, isn't that the stone? Found in the desert resort? Yes, that's right. But is this really a dragon-type Pokemon? Surely, when I investigated Dragon Spiral Tower, I found elements that were dated, actually, to the same era as this Darkstone. I looked into that. Impressive as always. But you know, we're lucky, because what if Team Plasma, noticed that old stone that time? That's a good point. I think they did notice, and they were like, it would be so epic to get the dragons to fight. It's clear to me that they were trying to steal the Dragon Skull so they could revive the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon. If you would, Cheese, take this. Wait a minute, Cheese. If you take this Dark Stone, that means you'll be the one to battle N if anything happens to me. Yeah. Dude, I've rolled him every time. I understand. You're determined to take on this duty. Here it is. Prepare yourself. Be strong. Be strong, little Cheese. If things don't go as planned, you'll use this Dark Stone. No, that is the plan. That's absolutely the plan. We're counting on you. Please take care of yourself. Wow! A Zekrom nugget. How do we wake the Dragon-type Pokemon from the stone, then? We've got them, don't we? We've got those two. Go to Opelucid City. The gym leader of that city uses Dragon-type Pokemon. That gym leader should know something. Okay, you can just fly there, but I haven't been there yet. That's right. Are you a Meowth? Opelousted City's Iris might know something. Hey, Cheese. Never forget that you always have Pokemon right by your side. It's true, I'm surrounded by bunnies. I'm going to head back to the lab and do some research. I'll see if I can uncover what kinds of beings these legendary dragon-type Pokemon are, and if there's any way to awaken them. Wow, a black stone. Why did you give me charcoal? It's a Zekrom nugget. If we have something for you, we'll come running to find you. Sounds real serious. Leave from Sirius City and cross the two-line bridge. It's on the other side. I'm not that great with directions, so if you need more, check your town map, okay? Okay. Let's fly back over. We head to the east. This place seems familiar. Let's do a little shopping. Hello. Oh, TM's here, huh? No. Hello. We don't need any Pokeballs. Get some super potions. Yeah. Did I get repels? I feel like it might come in handy. Yeah, 20 max repels. And it's barely a dent. Just a few max potions. No, hyper potions are functionally the same. At least at this point. We could do revives, but... yeah, might as well. More revives! Yay! Shopping complete. Successful visit to Plasma Mall. We going east. Huh? Not from there, I guess. East from here, I guess. Somewhere around here. Aha! Route 8. Oh. It seems terrifying to slide around on ice on your bike. There we go. Full heal. Okay. Boink. Why does it say that? Boink. Maybe I should try it and I'll find out why. Boink. If I never saw or played Pokemon, I would be a fan of Bakugan. I did like Bakugan when I was a kid. I had this little turquoise handbag that I brought to school. It was full of Bakugan. And as I was walking to school, I would open it up and, hey guys, how are you doing? Are you comfy in there? Are you comfy and happy in there? And I made very questionable trades at school. As I've been traveling lately, I've been thinking about things. Things like what I could do with my life and what I want to do, but I'm thinking how cool it would be to be a model like Elisa. And how cool it would be to do research on Pokemon like Professor Juniper. If that's what I want to do, I'm gonna have to know a lot about Pokemon. So, would you please battle me? What does that have to do with you being a model, though? Let's see. Couchland. Ah, Scotland always makes me happy. Oh, dude! Epic Games? Epic Games Store has been doing a free game every day. Today, they have Cassette Beasts. Oh, I've been wanting Cassette Beasts for a while, honestly. It's so exciting. So if you want Cassette Beasts, go to Epic Games Store. They're literally giving it away for free. Like, that's the only reason I use Epic Games Store. Who did I bring out? We bring out Pepper. Yeah. Cassette Beasts is like a Pokemon-inspired indie game, but there's some, like, really neat stuff going on. Exciting. Cozy. I'm glad you're cozy, Tofu. You a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan? Yu-Gi-Oh's neat. I feel like I remember having one in the manga when I was a kid. I want to fight you. Okay, takes out a knife. No, I'm in a Pokemon battle. Ah, yeah, me too. Special attack, Rose? Whoa. Full restore? Why I oughta... This return could do quite a bit at least. Fighting hard because Pepper loves me, right? What you doing, Tomo Bird? Seems like he's really settling in now. I think everyone uses Epic just to pick up the free games. I do the same, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's great. That's how I got Slime Rancher. I got Journey. So many other great games. Yesterday they were handing out Disco Elysium. Bloodstains? They gave away a Bloodstains game? It's been really good games for, like, the holiday season. Embor. Ooh, sure would be nice if I had, what do you call it? Azumarill. Ooh. Get poisoned, and then hit you with confusion. Missed the Christmas stream. Hi, Giga Squid. It's nice to see you. Popping in to wish a happy belated Christmas to everybody. And have a wonderful New Year's. I'd stay longer, but it's late. Wow, well, I'm glad you popped in, Giga Squid. It was nice to see you. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful night, and Merry Christmas to you, too. Zippy. Very good. Let's leave Outsider. Let's do Sage. Let me save, let me save, let me save, let me save. Clearing shot. Do it. Let's do it. So good. Easy peasy. Psychic type? That means we switch and hits with a ghost type move. And poison point. Although I don't know how relevant poison point would be in oh, it gets poisoned anyway. Watch out! It has sludge bomb. He has sludge bomb. Yeah, I don't know how effective poison point would be against like a special attacker like this. I guess I should have expected that. I haven't brought out Noodle Fall Stream. Baby. Circuit. Let's bring out Circuit. Thunderbolt. Go Thunderbolt. Aww, like a little birdie having a nap. Every time I watch my Pokemon battle, it ends up like this. Why is she Orpal? Because she's poisoned. We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. See you afterwards. Okay. Yep. Jeez, you're amazing. Oh, shuck. Oh, shuck. Oh, shuck. I'm really, really, really impressed, and that makes me want to give this to you. Yay! Let us see Tube Line Bridge. In Castelia City, my precious Pokemon was stolen by Team Plasma, so I really, really understand. If Team Plasma forces everyone to liberate their Pokemon, there'll be nothing but sad people. Please, stop Team Plasma. Don't allow Pokemon to be stolen from trainers who love them. I think that's the truth, or ideal, that you've been pursuing. Jeez. Oh dear, here I come with all this. Here I've come all this way, and I'm afraid I'm bothering you when you're going through so much. All I wanted was to help you relax, please. Knowing you, you'll be fine. Definitely. You'll totally be fine. I guarantee it. You keep saying it. It makes me concerned. Anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah. So, bye-bye! Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, bye-bye. That sounds like me trying to end a stream sometimes. Anyway, yeah. Bye-bye. Tube Line Bridge. Now let's check out this bridge. Hello. How do I describe this? You know that vibration you feel on the soles of your feet when you're crossing the Tube Line Bridge? It's the coolest. I've never been on the Tube Line Bridge. A giant steel bridge towering over the road ahead. I get excited just looking at this model of the Tube Line Bridge. For anyone obsessed with railroads, especially train photographers like me, the Tube Line Bridge and Anvil Town are both perfect spots for taking pictures. Ooh. Train nerds. We've got a few of those. Oh. Well, hi Cheetah Man! What it do? What it be? What it do though? You crystallized cheesecake, Sprite lemon butterfly flying elf-eared Christmas hat wearing god? Am I a god? What? That looks like Getsus. We better heal up. What you Pokemoning? Bunnies. And only bunnies. Only bunnies indeed. I like my team. I like it. It could use an Azumarill, but we're not there yet. Yeah, gee. Am I a god? I don't think so. I'm just a little guy. Medicine. We need revive? Yes. Do we need to build a temple? Do they accept pizza as sacrifices for it? I'll allow it. I only know the Pokemon designs from the Moemon mod. Dude, you're so real from that. You're so real for that. I played Heart Gold with the Moemon mod a while ago, and it was great. It's just like an extra way to be engaged in the game, you know? A little extra be interested. Oh, a pizza! Thank you. They will if you pay for delivery. Of course, that's a given. No. Lemonade. There's always a catch for religion. Is my catch that I don't believe I'm a god? Let's save too. Just in case. As I'm playing Zenless Zone Zero, I made a recap of all animations I've done this year. You do animations? I didn't know that! If you're in the Discord server, you should send them. And if you're not in the Discord server, you could join if you like. You hop in there. If you'd like, Yes, we brought the one you wanted. They definitely weren't coming here by themselves anyway. Excellent. It seems that you have obtained the Dark Stone. My bad, I thought I told you. Yeah, I don't think I knew that you made animations. That's super rad. I'm preparing to get the new character for the next patch and pre-farming for Zhao. Ooh, I don't know anything about Zenless, but you guys have fun with that. Yeah, faiththeism. I congratulate you on a job well done getting the Zekrom nugget. It is my Lord N's thought that the two holders of the legendary Pokemon should put their beliefs on the line and strive to find which is the true hero. And so I'm going to pace around on this bridge and yap to you. The education required to become the hero of legend. He has been so acknowledged by the legendary Pokemon. Such purity of purpose is his. Liberation. Separation of Pokemon from foolish people. All trainers will become helpless to resist us. We alone will be able to use Pokemon. First, a few gullible Pokemon trainers who are unable to resist Team Plasma will release their Pokemon. Then that number will become 100, then 1,000. In no time, even the gym leaders and the champion will become unable to fight us. Having a Pokemon will be considered a bad thing. Even the people like the sad little Bianca. Shut up about Bianca! Whose Pokemon was stolen in Castelia will be unable to face the public opinion and will release their Pokemon. That's the kind of world we'll make. You don't sound very noble, you know. You may have the stone, but there's no chance whatsoever that the legendary Pokemon will accept you as a hero. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. So if you're not willing to hand over your precious Pokemon, I suggest you search for some courage. Because you're going to need it. Okay, old man. Get back to your pea soup. Oh, the Discord link's expired. Sweet. When I made it, I was like, I will restrict it to 25 people and see how long it takes for it to run out. So let me make a new one real quick. Zenless Zone Zero. I posted in gaming the trailer for the new character. I think you'll like it. Next number of uses. Yeah, we'll make a new one with 25 uses. Okay. Here's the new link. I don't want one that has unlimited uses. Just so that nobody's like, me and my 200 evil stinkers are going to come in and ruin everything for everybody. The Discord. Where is it? Discord. There we go. I updated the command. Real worry though? Yeah. Hey, welcome to Discord. Isn't it super dangerous to liberate domestic animals that could destroy a city by themselves if left unchecked? Yes. Yes, it is. Gaming chat? I don't see the trailer, do I? Did you post it somewhere else? Yay! Yay! My friend was at work. I think she worried that she was getting hate rated again or something because I reacted her messages cat voiceover on Mum Donnie. Entertainment District? Entertainment District? Entertainment District? Oh, are you talking about Ghost Town? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's different from my usual, I posted on the Discord because links get bans. Right. I mean, they won't get you banned on my channel, but, it would get a 20-second timeout. And I appreciate you sending in the Discord instead. Oh, you did, however, send it in Ghost Town, and I didn't... What a silly little critter. Stop. Let me see the critter. Oh, it's Bunny. She's Bunny. She's so small. She's little. It's too fast-paced. I just want to look at the character. There we go. She's Bunny. How cute. Yeah, I thought you were, you meant in my server. So I was a little confused, but we worked it out. Why are you pacing? I tried a little too hard. I bought way too much at Shopping Mall 9. Route 9 has a lot of trainers for such a short route. A place where people can ride similar people tend to gather. Ooh. I think once we get through, Route 9, we're gonna scram for the day. Okay, sound good? The pitcher throws his first pitch. That was my head, man. Ow. I think I'm only in Ghost Town. Let me fix that. Yippee! There you go. This link if you need it again. Fling? Okay. What I just threw was TM56 Fling. I know what Fling does. Railway. Right. I don't want to fight any of these guys. I don't care. Fixed! Yippee! If I win, give me your Pokemon. Nuh-uh. Sleepy emote. I think it's so cute. You know what I want to do? I want to do more art on stream. I feel like I haven't been doing enough art on stream. That's expected. not gonna work, I don't think. If they're... Right? Ground type, you can't poison a ground type, right? Oh, this is a recap into Art Channel. Yippee! I'll have a look after stream. Thanks, you Cheetah Man! Dig, huh? Let's bring out Knuddle. Field types can't be poisoned? Right. Your thoughts on Moemon? Oh, I like Moemon. I think it's great. There's so many people who contributed to it. If it was worth its time? Oh yeah. I mean, it was literally just Pokemon Heart Gold, but the Moemon sprites were patched in. I know that there's some like Vanilla Plus style Moemon, whatchamacallins? ROM hacks. Excuse me. But I was doing literally just Heart Gold with the Moemon sprites. Shrimp. Ooh. Mew on the one-hit KO. Ooh. Garbodor. Oh, it's not gonna poison that guy. Ooh. Ooh. They disappeared. Wow. Is fighting strong against poison? Fighting is weak against poison. Okay, so I won't do that. What else does Knuddle have? Steel? It's neutral. Gyro Ball. But it's Gyro Ball, so it's not gonna be very strong because Wigglytuff is literally a balloon. Why do they let Wigglytuff get Gyro Ball? Okay. Let's just keep going with strength. We can use attract, it's fine though. Weak armor. Your armor is not. You guys know that's my favorite Adventure Time character? My favorite one-off Adventure Time character is Sir Slicer. Whenever he shows up, he's like this knight guy on a horse. This evil knight guy on an evil horse. And he's making fun of Finn for not having armor that's... Whenever he shows up, there's like a noise and like a bunch of crows fly around. It's really silly. And he gets totally humiliated at the end of the episode. When he was trying to humiliate Finn the whole episode. It's great. I love Adventure Time. Shopping Mall 9. Yay, shopping! In a previous version, they added Deraid types as personalities, making them act specific ways in battle. Then took it out because I guess it became too tedious? Which Moemon are you talking about? Because the version I played was just base game, but the sprites were replaced. It's called 9 because it's on Route 9. Wow. Hello. Hello, I would like to buy. You have max revive? Doesn't look like it. Okay, toy. Little feather toy. What's in here? Electronics going to waste. Whoa! PP up. Bet you that trash can over there that I can't access has leftovers in it. Here, let's go to the walkthrough. Shopping Mall 9. This way, we get to browse the wares without having to run around the store. GBA versions, which is the same thing, just taking the GBA file and slapping Moimon on top. One out of the series with the most updates and add-ons was Fire Red. Ah, okay, okay. Gotcha. Pokeball, Mail. We don't need any of this. Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Protein, Calcium, Carbos, Iron, Zinc, HP up. Battle items, vending machine items. Thunder. I don't really care about all this. Oh! On the lower level of the store, there's a storage room on the right filled with boxes. Player can interact with any box to change Rotom's form, similar to Rotom's room in the Gen 4 game. Oh, so if I had Rotom, this room would be more useful. This is the only department store to not include department store in its name, be in a location other than a city, to not have roof access, and not have an elevator. Oh, enjoy your lurk, Cheetah Man! I hope you and the dog have a good walk. And give the air some time to clear in there. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, I'm honestly not interested in much that's here. Hi, Bricky! Welcome in! Oh, if I hold the B button, he drives faster. I'm gonna straight up look where the leftovers are. Where are the leftovers? Because I'm like, ooh, does this trash can have it? Does this trash can have it? And none of them do. So I just have to look. Acquisition. Village Bridge, Undella Town, held by in-game trade Munchlax. Okay, so it's at the Village Bridge. Leftovers. Inside the trash can under the bridge. Hidden.
Sup?
Undella Town.
What you doing? Where you at?
Hi Archer! How'd your stream go? I had to ditch halfway through, of course, because I had to stream, but I was having fun lurking. I was getting some art done while you were going. Held by Gorge. A Munchlax the player can receive in a trade. Only in the summer. Munchlax, trade for a Chinchino. Anyway. Hey, we got through Gen 9. Not Gen 9. Route 9. Here we are in Opelousas City. Before we trigger this cutscene with Alder right here, let's wrap up for the day. Like I said, after, whoops, wrong button. Oh, wrong button again. After, we're not doing words on stream. This is my first time trying words on stream. There's gonna be some stuff. But yeah. We're wrapping up stream. After we got past Route 9, we would wrap up for the day. It was good. Did you end up finishing the, Where Garurumon? Did you finish that up? Let's see who's live right now. Whoa, music's getting choppy. Just getting around to posting it. Yay! That sounds delightful. Following. Let me see who's live right now. Whoa. Nero-sama's doing a subathon. Not that we're gonna really do that, but... we've got that, we've got that. Ooh! I found one. I found one! We haven't rated her in a little bit. But of course, we all love our friend Damsel Heart. My platonic wife, Damsel Heart. Right now, she is playing Schedule 1. I don't know anything about this game, but she's looking at a cool plant. So whatever's up with that, we'll have to figure it out. Okay? We're gonna raid out to Damsel then. So let's prepare our raid call. Let us prepare our raid call. Fairies are raiding Make-A-Wish. Raid calls are super duper important because when we raid out, Twitch only acknowledges us as a viewer for certain purposes, certain back-end analytics purposes, when we send a message in chat. So by sending a message, Twitch acknowledges us as viewers. Because if we don't, it's like we're not even there. So make sure to send that in, even if you lurk, even if you leave. It's gonna help out our friend Damsel a whole lot. Okay? Thanks for the good time, it was fun. Yeah! Thank you, Saito, and thank you, Ethereal. You guys are so cool. Everyone is so cool for having been here today. It was another one of those days when I was like, oh, I don't know if I feel like streaming today. But then I did it, and it went great anyway, and it was an absolutely lovely time because of all of you delightful people coming in and cheering me up. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Damsel Heart. Yeah! Even Buzzbot wants to do the raid call. Okay, when we get over to Damsel Heart, let's make sure we, 1, send in the raid call. 2, throw her a follow because she's absolutely delightful and you should watch her streams. And 3, be super cool and nice. Because she deserves it, and we as fairies need to make a good impression. She probably knows all of you though. So yeah, I'm gonna be live again. Probably not on Monday. Not on Monday, actually. I have Christmas with my family that day. Schedule might look a little sparse next week because I'm, wow, Buzz subscribe, yeah! Moat threw her a gift sub. Fairies are cheeky, make a booty. Yeah, my sister is in from out of town, and she's gonna be here for the week. So my schedule might be a little sparse next week, but keep an eye on the Discord. If you're not in there yet already, hop in. And I hope to see you guys again soon. Let's go say hi to Damsel. I hope you guys had a happy holidays and you have a delightful new year if I don't see you again by then. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. I should see you again by New Year. See you again. Bye-bye!